This is live stream.
Hello, Robert. Kia ora, how are you going?
Kia ora, kia ora.
So, Robert, have you got someone with you today?
Yes, I have. I've got my sister May with me.
Okay, because it might be an idea to put your thing on to mute unless you want to speak.
Okay,
And,
then.
And if she could let me know by wave of the hand when you want to say something, that would be great.
Yes, okay. Yep.
Oh, that means you haven't got no photo on there.
Oh no, not yet. We haven't.
You haven't started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to let you guys know, we're live streaming already.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Sue.
I'll turn that off.
One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. David, Ross, and Todd. I was just sending me a message saying, "Oh, your hair looks fine." I was Trisha Metcalf. I'm That's good to know, yes. Makes it easier with the stand, actually. Right, we've just clicked over to 1 o'clock. Do we wait for Todd? I suppose not. We'll get underway, I think. Good afternoon, everyone. It is just ticked over 1 o'clock by my timing, so I will call this meeting to order and welcome you to the hearing of the submissions on the draft annual plan 2020/2021. And Robert, could I please ask you to start our meeting off, please?
Kia ora, Mayor Bernie. Kia ora e te tā whānau hei mū i a tātou. Kei rara te koro wai aroha tō tātou ariki i hukuraiti. Nō reira piki mai, kakake mai, ho mai ki te waioro ki a mātou, kei rara te koro wai. Nō reira tēnā koutou. E te atua e kaharawa, kei te whakamomiti mātou ki a koe tēnei rā. Nau mahara mai ka waingi o tātou ki te whakanui tō tātou wairua, te tinana me te hinengaro o tō tātou whānau. Hāpai tia tō tātou whānau hei muri a tātou. Tiaki mai te manaki tia mai tō tātou whānau hei muri a koe. Anei rā ngā inoi ki a tātou, kei rau te koro wai. Āmene. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Robert. Thank you very much. And again, welcome to everyone. This is an unusual practice that we're getting into today, but quite out of the ordinary, but we will manage as best we can. So looks like Todd is just joining us now. So we do have one apology for lateness at this stage. Councillor Ross Brannigan will be joining us when he can, approximately 1:30. I will now ask, are there any declarations of interest? Joe.
Thank you, Mayor Bernie. I just wanted to note that on tomorrow's schedule, we'll have a submission from Foxton Beach Progressive Association, and I have an individual membership in that group. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Anyone else? David.
So could I just move that the apology for lateness be accepted?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seconded for that. Thank you, Joe. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Any announcements?
No announcements.
Thank you. Okay, so the recommendation is that the submissions 1 to 130 to the draft annual plan be received in accordance with Council's acceptance of late submissions policy. Could I please have a mover for that? Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, David. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So our first hearing, submission hearing is at 1:15. So just want to remind everybody of the practice that we will endeavour to follow. We will try to get submitters to take their submission as being read, and so that they don't have to repeat themselves. We will encourage them to highlight anything that they wish to, or add anything that they wish to, but try and leave as much time for questions and clarifications sought from councillors. As you can see, I'm in the Taurua room. I do have support from some of the officers who will be assisting me in ensuring that we try to keep time and try to manage the process as best we can. There has already been one or two that have intimated that they don't wish to appear from the list that we have. So we may be able to either catch up or give people a little bit of extra time along the way. As you can imagine, the process for some is a bit daunting. So we're going to offer them different ways of being able to communicate with us later on. Does anyone have any questions or things they want to clarify at this stage? You don't? Okay. Okay, so I've just been told that our first submitter is available. Before I do that though, I just welcome all the staff and management that are here today as well. This will no doubt feel a bit odd to all of us, but hopefully we'll manage. So, our first submitter is Sue Ann Russell, and her submission number is submission number 19. If you're using your full hearing booklet, it is on page 37. And if you're using your speakers only booklet, it is on page 5. So, welcome, Sue. Did I see you?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Good.
I can hear you. And as you can see everybody that's on your screen as well.
Yes, only got 3 people.
Okay, so be assured that the rest of the council is here, plus officers.
Okay.
Just to let you know that you can assume that everybody has read your submission.
Okay.
So you don't need to reread that to us. But if you want to highlight any points or add any extra information to it, you're welcome to. We have a quarter of an hour, but please leave time for elected members to ask you some questions.
Okay.
So it is over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Sue Ann Russell and I live at Foxton Beach. Because I think it's probably the easiest way. Thank you for hearing my submission today. Many of you will not like what I have to say today. I would like you all to know that I'm not directing any of my comments at one person, but all institute organisations as guardians for our waters. My comments are directed
So, sorry to interrupt. But we are having trouble hearing you. You're breaking up a little bit. So if you could talk directly to your camera, would be probably a little easier for us all.
Okay, I'll put my words up behind the camera. That might be better.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, is that better?
That's much better.
Okay, my comments are directed towards an attitude that exists in regard to protecting our environment, and I think we've all failed. When we were at school, one of the punishments for bad behaviour was to pick up rubbish in the lunch hour to the mockery of the rest of the school. I didn't mind putting my rubbish in the bin, but to pick up someone else's, that was humiliating. This seems to be the approach to our environment. We have a laissez-faire approach to our environment, and this approach has never worked, not in economies or politics. History. And when 200 settlers arrived in 1940, the Te Aro area was clean and habitable and already had a Maori settlement. By 1865, 25 years later, there was typhoid, typhus, cholera, polio, dysentery, diarrhea, scarlet fever, and TB, and all prevalent in a dangerously dirty city. A study showed at the time wells, tanks, and rivers were polluted and unable to be used. One of the biggest problems in Wellington was the settlers burying their deceased on top of hills. For example, the city cemetery and the botanical gardens. This meant the leaching of decaying diseased body polluting the waterways, which added to the pollution and spread of disease. This is also partly why Wellington spread into the hills of Brooklyn and Karori to get higher and closer to fresh water. Has our approach actually changed today? We need a 13-year-old schoolgirl, Greta Thunberg from Sweden with autism to remind us of the care we need to take of our environment. This is not just our region, but the whole of New Zealand and the whole of the world that has got groups of people standing up and saying, clean our three waters, protect our natural resources. This is not Horowhenua's secret, it is the whole country's. But this is where I live and you as well. If I would suggest a new business setup and act as the devil's advocate, I would suggest a tour of our region that emphasises how to kill a lake, how to pollute an estuary, how to show we are heading towards killing off species under our watch, including ourselves. We can discuss how many food sources have disappeared from our region and perhaps find a few dead seagulls. A source of industrial pollution would be easy to find. I actually named the spot, perhaps I shouldn't. Any local can show you a pollution source. As part of the tour, we could have an E. coli test fun kit exercise at the estuary, a glass of water from the Horowhenua Lake before testing for the brave, or a silt jump to guess how deep the silt buildup is. A look at the sewage process and to prove how safe it is, perhaps drink a drink of that as well. A tour of the pot to highlight how this was never really going to work, and have a quiz to estimate how long it would take for Hokio Beach to be uninhabitable. What are we really doing to protect our environment and ourselves? How much longer will we have clean drinking water? What are our future drinking options? Have you considered desalination costs and how that would hurt our sources of food and overall environmental health? Are we creating the perfect storm to kill a species, perhaps human? We need to start locally and get our hands dirty picking up the rubbish and making the Horowhenua an example to other regions. So to get a little bit more specific, I would like my consideration for this LTPT, not next, and my three waters, and my thoughts are on the three waters. We're not treating our sewage properly. We are treating our waterways as drains, and fresh drinking water is getting more scarce. I would like to see Lake Horowhenua used an example for the rest of New Zealand, how to take a dead poisonous lake and bring it back to life, to create a fully recreational facility as well as a fully functioning environmental ecosystem supporting fish, bird life, with the indigenous species flourishing in its surrounds. We need to stop thinking we have the answer and trying to take action without experts' advice and agreement from all parties to do so. Stop putting untreated stormwater into Lake Horowhenua. Stop taking advantage of people and the environment, even though there are no consents to do what we're doing. Did you know that dune lakes are rare, and we have one right here in Levin? It could be a tourist attraction. The formation of a lake so close to the sea with a sandy bottom that retains its own water is an achievement of nature that we are squandering. I would like to see the pot out of our vocabulary and the sewage discharge treated properly so that the pot is no longer needed. There is so much to say about this. We should refer to the experts and include all parties for an agreed result. We could support Foxton and Foxton Beach areas of the Manawatu River and the Ramsar sites with protection from pollution and silting from drains, and treat the sewage to a much higher standard in all areas of the Horowhenua. The food sources for bird and fish need protection in the estuary, or we will lose them. They will die or go somewhere else. The stormwater at Foxton Beach has recently had E. coli, phosphorus and zinc detected going into the estuary. Are the council getting rid of contaminants just to get consents, or are they actually going to treat the water? Consents now prohibit the discharge, as you know, of stormwater containing contaminants, according to Horizon Regional Council 1 plan from 2016. Ask a local and they can walk you to any one sources of this pollution. These contaminants are also the case at Lake Horowhenua. I'm so pleased that we're having some testing done, and pretty sure there could be a whole lot more of that, and not just so that consents can be gained. Again, stormwater is not treated, sewage is not fully treated, even if it is sprayed onto land in the middle of a river. Why would we put sewage anywhere near a river flow? Why is opening of the Foxton Loop on the Manawatu River taking so long? Again, this is dangerously polluted and a continued source of grievance for the people in Foxton and Foxton Beach, and a deterrent to economic and tourism development in the area. Poisoning ourselves with dirty water, losing our recreational areas due to pollution, allowing new housing to be built on suspect ground prone to flooding, and areas with global warming concerns. This is happening throughout our region in known high water table areas with coastal global warming issues. There is also no planning for infrastructure to compensate for increased water, waste, or the three water issues, allowing growth, economic, social, retail, and manufacturing without adequate infrastructure also being developed, and expecting the already dying environment to cope. Further comments to make: the public do have a voice and should be given every opportunity to speak. There needs to be a more open discussion around submissions. This is a good start. And all organisations that support our society should be approached for comment, not just the ones that agree with the council. The solutions for the future of this region will take a change of attitude, direction, and growth targets. We need expert advice, agreement, and some leadership that steps up and tackles the problems, gets the community on board, and has an environmental focus. Does this council have those skills? If not, a change of attitude and some expert advice and community involvement will go a long way to get us on track. Do realise you're a new council. Yeah. Also be proactive, invite people to speak on topics of concern, get experts in to voice how to fix these local issues, stop being scared of controversy and seek opposing views to form one strong view with good integrity. Organisations that are trying to get action on a range of issues are individuals such as Phil Tuiki, SORT, Foxton Beach Progressive Association, Horowhenua District Ratepayers Association, Grey Power, Foxton Wildlife, Estuary Trust, and I'm sure you know many more. My last comment is an apology to the local iwi groups because I have not brought you into my discussion, not because I do not see your issues in law processes, including the Treaty of Waitangi claims, but because I do not have an understanding of the tribal areas and claims, nor do I have a good Maori vocabulary. I know the local iwi are concerned and care about the historical food sources and environmental issues as much as I do. I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak, and I would now like to invite you to stop delaying action that remediates our record of mismanaging our environmental management, and I think it's the putting right that counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue Ann. Look, you've raised a wide number and a large number of issues through that. And I wondered firstly whether you could, have you got a record of that you've just could send to us so that we can, in more detail, respond to some of the issues that you've raised?
Yes, I could send that through to...
wherever you sent your submission would be fine.
Yeah, the contact.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll now open that up. Are there any councillors that wish to ask any questions or clarification? Victoria.
Am I? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sue Ann, for your submission. We have had successful open days in the past to council facilities and assets. And my question to you is, do you think that more of those open days to areas such as the pot, the treatment plant, and our drinking water facilities would be productive in educating our community along with, well, including questions and answers along the way?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of resistance in the local community because things don't progress very quickly. And so any effort they put in soon gets squashed or dies off, or they lose enthusiasm because nothing appears to get done. So open days and things like that are good, and it's nice to be able to see these facilities. But I think it's more about getting it done and saying what your direction is, what you're doing to actually remediate some of the issues that are out there.
Thank you.
Robert, did I see your hand up? You're on, Robert.
Hi, Robert.
Sorry, you haven't unmuted yet, Robert. That's it.
Kia ora, Sue-Ann. Kei te mihi aroa ki a koe, ne tō take hei mui a tātou. And I'm just acknowledging your submission there, Sue-Ann. And my question is just a question around how we as councillors and council could facilitate better engagement with the iwi partners. Have you any thoughts around that?
That's a bit out of my expertise. You're probably better off answering that, Robert. I don't really know, but I do think that there needs to be steps to get people in the same room, all discussing it and not shutting down conversation. Let people scream their heads off. Let it all out, because there's a whole lot of pent up stuff out here in regards to things like the loop. I mean, that's just one discussion, and people are feeling really frustrated. So I think if I'm sure that the iwi have strong views on many things. I spoke to some young guys whitebaiting down at the Manawatu, and they were telling me there's several websites that they go to on things like fishing and hunting that have a lot of the iwi involved. So I'm sure that there are groups that I don't know about, and perhaps strong leaders amongst the different groups that could get together and get something, get talking. But you can't talk amongst yourselves. You've got to have that council there, and you've got to have not just a figurehead. You've got to have someone who's going to listen and do something.
Thank you.
So does that answer that?
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else?
Switch your thing off now.
Wayne.
Yeah, thank you. Look, there's a lot of reference made to our drinking water standards there, and I guess this might help for clarification. And probably my question goes through to the officers. Has there been a point in our history where we've had higher graded drinking water in our history? I know we've spent a lot of money up at the water treatment plant when we went from ungraded and now are further up the scale. So the question is, has there been a point in our history where we've had better drinking water?
Okay, we will note that. Thank you, Wayne, and we'll respond as part of the response that you will get later, Sue-Ann, in terms of that sort of issue.
Can I answer that?
You can. Do you have the data, do you?
No, I don't have any data, but we might have the best drinking water at the moment that we've ever had, but it is treated drinking water. We used to have
Sorry, we're not quite hearing that.
This is treated drinking water. We used to have fresh drinking water.
Okay, understood.
So yes, we probably do have a good quality, but we don't have a good source. I mean, at some of those meetings we went to before the council meeting, they're talking about dragging pipes over the hills into the back of, I've forgotten the name of the place. Anyway, we're talking about trying to source new fresh drinking water. We are going to run out of fresh, clean drinking water. We will end up with highly treated drinking water, which is my point. I mean, yes, we do need to treat it, but if we had it clean kept it clean, we wouldn't have to treat it so much.
So the source of, well, Levin's water is the Ohau River, which is probably as clean as we're ever going to get before it is treated.
Well, upstream, maybe not downstream.
We capture it before it gets downstream.
Well, I know that the Foxton drinking water wouldn't be quite so good.
Okay, look, we can talk about this at a later point, but we will answer those questions that you've raised. If I could just finish by a little bit around the, giving ourselves the opportunity for people to be heard. I think this council has made giant strides after since especially I've been on this council, which is only 3.5 years, but the amount of effort and time that has gone into ensuring that we are engaging and consulting with the community is a lot higher than it ever was. We are encouraging everybody to respond in many different ways to all sorts of plans and strategies that we've got in front of us, and welcome any opinions that may be out there. We also are trying to make our workshops open to the public. People are welcome to come to council meetings and make submissions at any time. We're certainly not scared of controversy or trying to hide behind the bureaucracy, if you like, of anything like that. We have also made, I think, very good strides in terms of being aware of our environment and making sure that we are, future-proofing some of that for our generations to follow. Climate change is a very much a considered factor in all our decision making these days. So we are very conscious of that. But look, I thank you very much for your submission and the issues that you've raised, and it will go towards helping us make our decisions later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you for hearing me out.
No worry. Thank you. So just note that Councillor Brannigan is with us. So we are next submitter is Morris and Sophie Campbell. Submission number 75. The full hearing booklet page number is 173, and the speakers only booklet is page 8. Hello, Sophie.
Hi, Bernie.
I hope you don't mind me calling you Sophie. Is that all right?
As long as you don't mind me calling you Bernie, that's fine.
No, that's fine too. Thank you. So you haven't got Morris with you, it's just yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have 15 minutes, Sophie, and you can take it that all councillors have read your submission. So we look forward to hearing more from you. So if you've got points that you want to add, or but try and leave plenty of time for questions if you can.
Yeah, it's a quick one anyway.
Cool.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission today, especially the times that we're in at the moment. My name is Sophie Campbell, and as a resident and commercial building and property owner, and also working in the subdivision industry, my submission's quite varied. So I would like council to support local business and support the local shops especially. Now, after all we've been to, the local shops are the ones that need the support. Start a campaign to encourage our residents to shop local, buy local, be a local. That would be an excellent campaign to start. Encourage the strip shopping. It's essential for a town like Levin and will help create a friendly local shopping area. I'm saying develop outdoor eating areas adjacent to the cafes. The annual plan said about upgrading them. So I don't know if that meant upgrading the ones we've got, but I'd like you to develop new ones, particularly outside Taper Eatery, which you're all familiar with and enjoy going to. It would be excellent if these areas were safe, smoke-free as well. No one wants to be a non-smoker and sit outside in the sun with a heavy smoker next to you. We feel the information centre, which is located hidden in the back of the library, would be better on Oxford Street. We do have many visitors coming into Clark's asking us where the information centre is. And it's all very well, locals know where it is, but not necessarily the people who are passing through town, who could be the people who actually need to know where it is. And we feel the state highway redevelopment gives us a great opportunity to create that excellent pathway into the town, something that's easy for people to turn off the highway. They don't feel like they've got to drive a long way to get into town. My example for that is Waikanae, where who can be bothered driving to the Waikanae shops when you've got to go wind all the way up Te Moana Road. And equally, the exit to the north needs to be really well thought out so we can easily get cars turning in here. I've always had a concern with the shared pathways, just because I feel that walkers and cyclists need to be segregated by some kind of a strip, not necessarily a barrier. Maybe it's a paving change in the middle, just for the safety point of view. Recycling. Can council please consider providing a recycling pickup system for the commercial areas where there is no recycling at all? At the moment, we have a staff member doing all the recycling for Taper Eatery and Clark's Clothing. We have approached council about this before and were told that picking up the recycling in the service alley could cause congestion, which seems like not a very good reason, quite frankly. And I know from my personal experience, if we did have a recycling system provided, it would encourage more people to recycle. This is what happened at Waikawa Beach. Now, heaps of people do recycling, and recycling is the future. Stormwater. Create and design a decent stormwater system where the rainwater from a storm event can be removed from the residential areas and sections. So by helping to protect these properties, you're going to be able to encourage more sections in Levin, and landscape solutions like rain gardens and planted retention ponds, more use of the native plants that are going to attract native birds, which make everything nicer. Regarding the growth in the region, I would really like to see a bit more of a positive attitude from council staff. How can we achieve this rather than a negative no attitude, which we do sometimes find at present? So we'd go into council with a client and present an idea, and it's just this negative, you can't do it because of this, you can't do it because of that, rather than, yeah, okay, let's all sit down together and actually work this one out, because this does achieve a greater outcome for our whole region. And a few additional points that I have. So a rates holiday for commercial properties, just because of the COVID-19, due to the reduced incomes. So we've had to reduce all our rents here, and that's going to make it hard for us to pay the rates. Porirua City Council have already just done this, so they've announced a policy, I'm sure you're fully aware of it, where you've got 3 years to pay off the rates that you don't pay for this year. A postponement of the priority area earthquake prone building upgrade policy, pushing it out further than 5 years, because now a lot of the commercial building owners have had to extend their mortgages to get through this pandemic, and you're just putting extra pressure on everybody having to get another mortgage to do the building upgrade. And the creation of a natural burial ground as an alternative to traditional burial. It will be a choice for people in the Horowhenua where there is no choice now. And now if someone wants a natural burial, they actually have to go outside of the Horowhenua to be buried. So I don't believe that's ideal, but I would be happy to discuss that further with the right departments and council. I'm not quite sure who they are. I have sent a few emails and never had a reply back. So if someone can direct me that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. You've listed quite a number of issues or raised quite a number of issues there. Do you have a copy of what you've just spoken about that
yeah,
you could send?
I have sent it.
You have sent it. Okay,
Ashley,
so
yeah.
All right, thank you. Because it's a wide-reaching sort of submission you've given us. Obviously, I can't comment on some of the issues that you've raised, but I wondered whether are there any other councillors that wish to ask a question? Todd first.
Good afternoon, Sophie. How are you?
Hi, Todd. Good, thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Just a question on the earthquake strengthening of your buildings that you were talking about there. So it is up in 5 years' time, is that correct?
Because council have deemed the Levin township in this area to be a high priority area, whereas Shannon and Foxton were not deemed to be that. So yeah, we have to have it done in 5 years. In 5 years' time, and so you're asking for an extension on that because of the COVID-19 and what's happening in 2020. Yeah, we've all had to readjust our mortgages to get through.
Yep. Totally understand that. And have you? Obviously, you guys have discussed it. You haven't put a time frame or an extension that you think would be suitable?
No, I haven't. Another 5 years, make it 10 years, the same as all the other buildings that are outside of the high priority area.
7.5.
Okay. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you.
So just on that earthquake prone building, Sophie, as you can understand, that was a central government initiative that they've made that law. So we would need to advocate to them to try and move those dates. It was from the 1st of January this year, and you had 7.5 years, I believe, from then, and then 15 years if you weren't deemed earthquake prone.
If you weren't deemed priority area.
No, if you were deemed earthquake prone in a priority area, you had 7.5 years. If you were
so
deemed
what if council removed the priority area in Levin?
Well, we've already enacted that, so we would have to change our submission to, and it would need a whole new hearing if we were to go back and change that now, probably.
Okay, so we need to work through some different ways of making it a little bit more achievable for people. Maybe the rates thing could help building
Certainly.
owners.
Yep, and one thing we're certainly looking at. Christine, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, and thank you, Sophie. I've got 2 or 3 questions.
Yeah.
So first of all, can you tell me, is strip shopping, does that mean like Oxford Street and a strip?
Yep, correct.
Okay, cool. And the shop local idea, are you aware that the Chronicle is already running a campaign for shop local?
I'm not, because I don't get the Chronicle. I don't even know if they're printing at the moment with the pandemic, but I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, hopefully, like I've been getting it because I'm rural delivery, so it's delivered to me. They've been doing it the last couple of weeks, and hopefully now that we're down to level 2, it will come to everybody. And the other one I want to ask you about was the visitor centre on Oxford Street. I do have comments from people who are passing through Levin that they can never find anywhere to park on Oxford Street. So what would be our solution to that?
Oh, I didn't know they had problems parking on Oxford Street. I thought there was plenty of parks on Oxford Street.
Oh.
I mean, we get a lot of passerbys coming in here, so they must find somewhere to park. I'm not quite sure. It just seems to be hidden away. People who come in here are asking us where it is.
Yep, no, that's cool. And I also wondered, you talked about the rates holiday. Are you aware that we are looking at a possible rates postponement policy?
Because for commercial property owners, because of COVID-19?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'd like to find out more about that.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe.
Hi, Sophie. Thanks to you and Morris for your submission. And some really good points. I've got, like Chris and the others, a couple of questions. The first one was in relation to your idea about, seating in the strip and seating outside of coffee shops.
Yeah.
Is cost a barrier to that at the moment? The potential of having to pay for seating outside, is that something that?
I don't think so. I don't. Would that be something that council would be doing, providing the seating outside?
It's something that I've been exploring on behalf of someone else, and they had mentioned to me that cost was a barrier. So it was just something I wanted to check with you if you'd been aware that
I
cost.
think we might be think that we can't put seating out there because it's council's footpath. So we were thinking more of something like what's outside Whispers, where the footpath is widened to make space for it, or like outside Cafe Lime.
Okay, so, but even at the moment, under COVID situations, if there were no barriers, as in cost and safety was taken care of, it would be a great opportunity for making some vibrancy about the district. Okay, that's cool. And Chris asked, checked in about the information centre. I was interested in that, but thanks for your response on that. You mentioned the challenge around growth in the district, and in your professional role, you get you want the how can we rather than the barriers. Can you just elaborate a little bit on what the barriers are? I just want to test, is that the district plan or is it something different?
It's more interpretation of the district plan, and
Right.
yeah, it's more how the staff, I think within the district plan, they can work in that time, in that network, but it's how they interpret certain things in the district plan. So we are having a big problem now, and it's only going to get worse with the stormwater issue. So dealing with stormwater on lots. So it's all very well for council to have rules that say we can go down to lots the size of 225 square metres or 250. But if you are then unable to prove to council the stormwater, then it's all over. There's no point in having that rule. So without some good systems in place, we can't really do it. And just a bit more of an attitude where how can we actually get this to happen? The other issue is, for me, telecom connections. So council keeps saying every subdivision we do, everyone has to have a telecom connection. And they've just been bringing gas into that. So neither of those things are necessities for life. These things just throw up obstacles for people who want to do a subdivision, who in many cases are just people with a house. They're not developers. They're not great big companies coming into town and doing it. And the other thing, there's something else I've come across just recently as well, which I can't think what it is now.
Okay.
Yeah, just some of the things when we're doing a resource consent application, council threw a whole lot of requests for further information that's going to cost the person thousands and thousands of dollars to do, engineering requirements and stuff.
Okay, it would be interesting to hear officer response to that, but thank you for that. The final question I've got is something, it's an area I'm not familiar with, it's a sensitive subject, but natural burial grounds, I'm assuming they're the burial grounds where a person hasn't had embalming. Is that the yeah,
correct.
Okay.
So there's certain rules: no embalming, no jewelry, natural coffin, and then the plaque isn't what it is. The plaques are made out of macrocarpa or some kind of timber that's provided by the council. And so there's a simple plaque with simple words on it, not a great big statement, and also native trees planted there. And you choose, the council have a list of native trees, you can choose from the list. Council actually organise planting it, but the family can be there at the time, and the planting's generally done the following winter. It creates a really nice environment of native trees and bark mulching. That's a lovely place to visit. And the plot side is actually GPS, so into the future, grandchildren and great-grandchildren can come back and visit that spot. Easy to find.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that explanation, and thank you again, Sophie.
That's okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you.
Just a couple of comments. Look, COVID-19 obviously is throwing up a number of challenges, and that we're going to have to work through. A lot of them will be related to how we recover from this, both economically and socially. You can be assured that there are a number of plans and strategies being looked at the moment, nationally, regionally, and locally, in terms of us trying to recover from this. A couple of comments around the footpath stuff, cafes and things. I know that's being looked at in the town centre upgrade, and also the parks and reserves are definitely looking at the natural burial
good
issue as well. Yep.
Cool.
So,
thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very much for submitting, and there will be a response at some stage. Okay.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next submitter is not quite here. Here she is, just arriving. So our next submitter is Jacinta Liddell, submission number 114. The full hearing page booklet is 294 and the speakers only booklet is page 9. Welcome, Jacinta.
Thank you. Hello, Mr.
You can hear us all right?
Yes, thank you.
We can't, you might need to speak up a little bit. We can't quite hear you.
How's that? Is that better?
That's better, right. So welcome. Thank you very much for your submission. You can take it that councillors have read your submission. So you're welcome to make any extra points or give a small introduction to that if you wish, but we have a quarter of an hour. So we want to make as much time for questions as well. So just be aware, we are under a little bit of a time constraint. So it's all over to you.
Thank you. I was interested to read in the Dominion on May the 4th that there are to be changes to the Resource Management Act, allowing a panel of experts chaired by an Environment Court judge to make decisions that would allow essential projects to bypass laborious community consultation processes to hasten their implementation. In my submission, I suggested that this council review its processes to allow for a quicker response to and a more rapid recovery from the impact of COVID-19. Our priorities have changed. The people who created our long-term and annual plans have begun to imagine that we would be fighting to survive and recover from a pandemic. Projects that focus on cosmetics, placemaking, creating areas for large gatherings of people and enticing visitors to our area are simply no longer a priority. We have to reimagine a post-pandemic community. The opportunity we have is to keep the things that were working well.
Sorry, Jacinta, sorry to interrupt, but we are struggling to hear you a little bit. If you wouldn't mind just again raising that level.
Okay, is it something I can do on my computer?
Maybe just talk a little louder, please.
Okay. So council engagement with the community in the past has been unnecessarily hard and really has not resulted in significant numbers of enthusiastic people feeling like they can make a real difference to the way things are done. We have the opportunity to change how we do community plans. I think that you, our elected leaders, need some leadership help with the huge job we have of rebuilding community. There is a sense in which you, the council, are kind of like an ultimate panel. I'm proposing that you create panels around yourselves to work with. Panels that are comprised of community leaders, experts in their fields, innovators, intelligent thinkers, people who have something to contribute. And I propose that these panels have real decision-making power. So who are the leaders in our community? Well, I'm imagining they would include iwi, church leaders, head teachers and other interested teachers from all our schools, from early learning centres to tertiary providers, key people working in the health sector, doctors and managers of the local medical centres, youth services. Then there are groups like Age Concern, the Ratepayers Association, environmental groups, and the social services with their networks and connections to families. So who are the movers and shakers in our community? The ones who are prepared to back their contributing voices with action. A lot of these networks already exist, so it wouldn't be too hard for council to shore up your databases and start inviting participation from leaders who are already working in these sectors. There already seems to be a strong representation of the business sector on this council, which is great. However, there will be a tendency of businesses to want to get back to business as usual. But things can't go back to how they were. For a start, we are creating far too much toxic waste in our consumer lifestyle. We have to simplify the way we live, or we will find ourselves facing another pandemic, or some kind of natural catastrophe, or some man-made disaster. The soul of the world is trying to rebalance itself. You might not like the word soul. You might think it doesn't belong in a discussion about our annual plan. However, never has it been more important than now to acknowledge that we need an annual plan with soul. So how do you get soul into an annual plan? One way would be to start listening to people's stories before you start spending our rates and tax monies. Who has lost their job? Whose business is on the brink of collapse? Who is struggling to pay rent or a mortgage? Who is worrying themselves sick because they don't know how they're going to get by? Who has a great idea for starting up something new that could benefit the community? Who has thought of a better way to do something? Who has skills and currently has nowhere to put them to use? Soul acknowledges that we are all in this together, and Soul asks you, our elected leaders, to share your power base. Soul asks you to have certain essential qualities of character at this time. Humility. You can't do this on your own. Kindness. Look how Jacinda Ardern has brought kindness to politics. Compassion. To some degree, we're all suffering, and a desire to work inclusively with others. Soul asks us to have certain values. For instance, looking out for each other. It means not only you getting your business up and running, but also supporting your neighbouring businesses to do likewise. How does our annual plan reflect looking out for each other? Is it really about building a splash pool at this time, or is it about something else now? What if we change the way we express community engagement in the Horowhenua? What if it was about council connecting with community instead of setting up laborious consultation processes for community to connect with council? Let's take the issue of closing the landfill as an example. So much work has already been done by so many dedicated community members, yet putting a date on closing the landfill is delayed because of a supposed process. Members of the community who care about this issue have thought about it, have attended meetings, have written reports, have laboured over making sense of technical reports, have engaged with council for years, have worked to have a signed agreement in place that says the landfill must close. This is community engagement already done, because the people that actually needed to be consulted have already identified themselves. If you now want to ask, say, John and Mary, who are preoccupied with raising a family, trying to keep ahead financially by working long hours, perhaps upskilling to keep up with the marketplace demand for up-to-date expertise, supporting their kids' education by engagement with school events, trying to give their kids some enrichment through extracurricular activities, clubs, sports, music, art, trying to keep it all together, then they get a document in the letterbox that asks us, should we close the landfill when the current contract runs out? How much time do you think they have to devote to a considered response? My point is that you don't have to ask everybody for their opinion about everything. The people that need to be part of decision-making need to be knowledgeable, interested, and have demonstrated some engagement with the issue. So back to the closure of the landfill issue, you already have your consultation panel in place, comprised of the people from the NLG, the Community Neighbourhood Liaison Group, and the Project Management Group. Together, they constitute a panel of people who have been consulted and are strongly urging you to decide on a closure date. You could use this as an example of how things could work in the future. I, for one, would be thrilled to hear you announce the closure date tomorrow. I also mentioned the rates increase in my submission with a suggestion that rates be assessed on a percentage of income as a fairer way of going about it. I realise that this approach has challenges, as does any means of assessing some form of fair tax. Perhaps there is a better way than to just keep on increasing rates. How about a panel of innovative thinkers be given the job of seeing if they can come up with another way of assessing rates that is more humane? It is time for financially innovative ideas. I liked the one about giving each household $1,500 to spend locally to help local businesses get up and running. Finally, I want to say something about the splash pad. Only 3 options were offered around this project. Honestly, who decided that those were the only options? How about some more innovative, cheaper ideas? Here's an idea. When it reaches its end of life, how about you employ an artist to paint a giant snakes and ladders game on the concrete with squares large enough for people to step into? All we would need to bring is our dice, one roll, and we could be climbing a ladder or sliding down a snake. What fun. It's a bit like the decisions facing you now as a council. Are you going to take us up ladders or are you going to have us slide down the snakes? You have a really important job to do at this time. Thank you for listening to me. May your souls guide you to do the right thing for all of us at this time.
Thank you, Jacinda. We appreciate the fact that you've made your submission and articulated a number of different things there. So I'll just open to councillors if they have any questions. Or David.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Jacinda, for that. A lot of what you're saying is guided by the vision of better engaging with the community, and particularly in the early stages of the process. I'm particularly interested in your reference to the expert panels, and you gave a broad brush idea of what you thought that would look like. But could you put some detail around it? You said, for example, maybe even with decision-making powers and so on. I just need to understand the detail of what you're proposing there, the expert panel.
Well, I think the landfill issue was the example I gave, you know, where you have already had the engagement, it's already done, there are already people who are knowledgeable, there are experts. In a sense, you know, that is enough of community consultation to make a decision. I mean, what I'm suggesting is that for other issues, that you gather people who have that sort of depth of knowledge.
Thank you. Anyone else? Victoria.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Jacinda, for your submission. I just wanted to ask you whether or not you were aware of the Community Wellbeing Committee that we have at Council that's made up of representatives, not just from Council, because on that committee it's Deputy Mayor Joe Mason, Bernie and myself, and the rest are made up of government and non-government organisations, as well as our community forums. And it's actually quite a large group. We only meet every 3 months, but a lot of work's achieved in that time. And I was just wondering whether or not you're aware of that and the work that we do in that space. And Joe may have something else to offer, I'm not sure.
Hi, Victoria. Yes, I am aware of the Wellbeing Committee, and I was also involved in the youth forum as well. So I'm aware that we have these forums, and they definitely could be a place where more decision making could happen. So far, I haven't seen them as action groups. I've seen them as places where people do a lot of talk and where ideas are explored, but the capacity to follow through on action has been limited.
Joe.
Thank you, Mayor Bernie. Thanks, Victoria. And hello, Jacinta. Nice to see you. And thank you for your submission. I do want to just follow on from Councillor Allen and Councillor Kay Simmons' comments. Having been part of that community wellbeing group and seen some of the work that has flown from that group that has, you know, really helped, I think, in this district. One of the pieces of work was the housing action plan that's seeing some activity and a lot of it in the background, but work happening and developing for our community, and some of that around housing developments that, you know, I think is really important work. And the community wellbeing group actually met yesterday and talked at length about the welfare work that was done and the fact that a strong platform that was already in place across our district was an important launching pad for welfare work across our district that was of an incredibly high standard and spoken about with such high regard, but didn't just involve Community Wellbeing Committee. It was about a very joined up effort iwi across not only our small district Horowhenua, but across the region and across a number of rohi. And Jacinta, I really feel I'm strongly going to advocate for this group, because they're really thinking about what the future and resilience of our community might be like. And they are already talking, we've already started that conversation with them about what a well-being resilience might look like for our community and who else we might need to talk to in that space. So we've got some really good solid platforms there of community leadership that's very, very broad and reaches deeply into our community. The other thing I really want to say, to reassure you, I think, is that over this period of this pandemic, and you speak about the need for it, council have been thinking long and deep, not just as elected members, but in partnership with officers of council. And I don't think I've heard more in my life, and some new language and things like social procurement, things like shovel-ready projects. And the long-term plan and the annual plan of council have been the documents that have really provided a platform for council officers to start to work with government around what might be available across the country in terms of that economic recovery that's so important for our district. So there is a lot of stuff going on, and I do acknowledge Mayor Bernie's words that workshops and things we're trying to make open for everybody to come to understand what we are doing very broadly across council. And I welcome you to phone any one of us, talk to any one of us, ask those deep questions, because we're here and available with transparency. And I want to reassure you that there is a real soul here in council, and we absolutely want the best for the district. So thanks for raising that very thought-provoking stuff and seeking those answers and responses. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Jacinta. And I just want to echo Councillor Mason's words there. You can be assured that council will listen to the whole community before it makes some of the challenging decisions that we have in front of us. Look, we appreciate your time. Thank you for your submission, and we look forward to any involvement that you have in the future with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We now have Kelvin Lane joining us. Kelvin has got 30 minutes. Kelvin has 3 organisations that he is representing today. First of all, the Foxton Shannon Cooperating Parish, which is submission 116, and you can find that on page 302 of your full hearing booklet or 13 of your speakers only booklet. Following that, he has a personal submission, and then again then on the for the Manawatu Estuary Trust. So Kelvin, welcome. You have 30 minutes if you want to spend that time how you wish, but we do need to make sure that you get sufficient time to engage with councillors so they can ask you questions or clarifications that they may have. So if you want to start, your floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, and kia ora everyone. We're grateful for this opportunity to be able to make a submission in this way. I'm very mindful that we can only put in a council over the hill, Tararua, if we will also pay rates. They haven't made up any legation yet to be able to even receive submissions. So thanks one and all for the effort that you've put in so that we can make submissions online. Now, if I could change the order of what my submissions are, I'll put my personal submission in with the last submission, and the first one is on behalf of the Manawatu Estuary Trust. Now, a questionnaire came out just prior to us being able to make these submissions on the basis of what formed our trust, the numbers within our trust, and what the aims and the objectives were of our trust, to try and get some sort of hereditary pedigree of what we were about and our validity, with no doubt, within the social order. Now, the members of our trust are approximately 30 to 40, and at any one time, at any one of our monthly or bi-monthly meetings, half of the members will attend. Now, also there are submissions have come in from the Manawatu, which previously was called the Manawatu Heads or Foxton Beach. And there's the Foxton Progressive Association, there's the Save Our River Trust, there's also the Foxton Wildlife Centre, which is also a trust, and ourselves. And I think there are another group as well. But we find that our members are not cross-informed, but cross-membership. And their enthusiasm for the beach and for those geographics can only be explained or can be witnessed really by knowing that a number of those persons have put in 15 or 20 years of solid work and being able to hold that geography together. Now, I might say that in growing up down there, we never ever belonged to the Horowhenua. The only way that Horowhenua and the Manawatu got together was when they called themselves Manawhenua and attempted to take either the rugby trophies or we as school rugbies. But the Horowhenua has got and inherited the Manawatu estuary. It inherited, I would surmise, after 1986, when the boundaries were redrawn, and you had a first mayor from Manawatu in the person of Tom Robinson. Now, in saying that, I don't say that in a way of trying to estrange it, but I really wonder if persons in the Horowhenua have wholly adopted the geographics of which they are now owned or are supportive of in the estuarine areas that they have got. Now, very often the Manawatu River is described as being the mighty Manawatu. Well, it certainly isn't a mighty river in that sense. It doesn't really calibrate as being one of the largest rivers that take the greatest flow. And in fact, it's not alpine fed, and we don't rely on snow fields and that to feed it over the summer months, except for the annual rainfalls. And we know, especially from this year, how they can vary to such an extent. Now, those rainfalls, so it is the 90% of the freshwater flow from the top half of the Wairarapa through to Palmerston North and through to the Manawatu. It represents 90% of the freshwater flows to the sea on the surface water. Now, its importance comes on its basis as being a strategic river. It's strategic, namely because of the urban and towns and that it represents along the way. And it is finished up at the Manawatu, at the estuarine area of the Manawatu called the Manawatu Heads, or Te Apoko, or the Awa to Manawatu. Now, the river as such has become, as we all know, part of a culvert to take very many, the town's wastewaters and that down, and so as to spill them into the sea. And very often the river is at a very low flow. It has a median flow over a 12-month period of only 27 cubesecs at the Fitzherbert Bridge. And when it ventures down even through the Opiki, it can flow about 10, 12 and 13 cubesecs. Now, it's not a mighty river as far as its flows go, but its importance is in its strategy. Now, a number of years ago, if we go back 50 or 60 or even 70 years, it was found to be the foreshore and the seabed were found to be of huge and tremendous value. And it attracted a lot of not only expertise, but scientific attention. And it was catalogued of what our foreshore and seabeds were. And so there were tables put out, and there were also a lot of scientific knowledge gained and graphs put out as to what was contained within the river. Now, I don't want to take up the time, and the time of councillors is saying what we had then and what we haven't got now. But I would like to say, by way of encouragement, that Horowhenua has not only been quoted, but if we say that we are pathfinders in insisting that all town sewage and that priority go to land, in keeping with the one plan of the Horizons Regional Council. And also of late, and whether we brag about it or not, I don't think we should, but we should just take it under our belts, of the ability of the estuarine areas to reconstitute themselves or to restart again with something of their ability to come back. Now, there have been 3 lots of bivalves and that who inhabit the estuarine area, and what comes up for debate is the amount of quantity that was historically. And I can certainly vouch for those who will outline the quantity historically. But at the moment, there has been more shoals of pepe have actually been found, not in great quantities as they were before. And those are Amphidesma australis. And the other one is called the little cockle. The cockle which is peculiar not only to the sand, but also to the mud overflows of the sand. And that's the one that's called Chione stitchberry, the one that we're all familiar with, that could once be brought into and taken away from the estuary by the sackful. But the one that is still missing, and if you go down and look upon the sands, is the Macamona liliana. And that's one which is like a wedge and a bit larger than a tuatua, and but it is still missing, and you can see literally the acres of the forlorn shells there that have died, and no younger members of that family, Liliana family, coming through. The estuary has now become of international awareness as well as international importance. And so as members of the estuarine group or the estuary trust, that's what we wish to impress, is for council to come on board and to own us as much as we feel that we own the estuary itself. Being able to put forward a viewing platform. Now, one thing which we must concede, within the last few years, we've become quite a sophisticated society. In fact, when people go down there, they don't just go down there to see something afar off. They'll go down there with spotting scopes and even telescopes, and at least and on certain occasions, they will go down and hear the record of the annual migration of the migratory birds. Now, these take, so what we have outlined is that we have been given a grant, a generous grant, and I won't go into the details or to the amount, but we can afford to. And it's for a viewing platform. And the first viewing platform was at the bottom end of Darwick Street. Now, I myself personally was getting pretty warmed up to being able to complete that project, but it would have seemed that there would have been traffic management problems. And we had kindly persons from the council, from your council, come and visit us. And there was a suggestion from long-time residents of another that would have been of an advantage at the bottom of Linklater Avenue. Now, we have gone through the process of, and are going through the process of being able to put a ring around who owns the land. But from my own experience, I'm quite sure that it belongs to Horowhenua District Council. You've inherited it, and rather than conservation land. So that means that we're in the clear. And we want to start the project. We've had the funding for over 12 months. And each time we have a meeting, it comes up, and we want to feel that we're pushing ahead. And so we're really asking, and no, we're not begging, we're asking. We're for council to come on board and start pushing for, as we are, so we can see a project that will come into completion. Now, I think we have forwarded to you a rough outline of what the project can be. But when you get 30, 40 and 50 persons at certain times, and a number of those persons trying to erect their scopes on level ground, and that's the one thing which is absolutely important for a successful being able to scope any object, is that you have level ground for the tripods. And of course, the grass areas are inundated to a degree, and they're not always suitable. And a lot of the time is spent in frustration of being able to get. So that's really what our proposal is, and to give it a design that is in keeping with the estuary itself. I myself would like a small roof over one part of it, so as persons can use it as what is termed as the sunset walk, and persons and the locals can use it too as a destination in bad weather or foul weather or whatever, and they can know that they've got a place not only of shelter, but a place that is gives them an optimum view and appreciation of the estuary. Now, we're confronted sometimes with photographs of Lake Horowhenua with the mountains behind Levin, or the range behind Levin, in snow-clad form through the winter time. But I can assure you that if you were to come down to the actual Manawatu on a full tide and look from the coast point back to the mountain range, you have a view which is very, very similar and very, very beautiful. And it's a view which is appreciated by all those very, I think probably as far as the estuary is concerned, it's the groundwork that the Estuary Trust is putting in. Now, there's a spit there which is called the roosting spit. Now, when you're talking about wader birds, they don't perch as such, they don't climb trees, but they'll have a spit or a sand spit, and there they will roost and spend the night. Now, one of our members has gone and put in the masteroid traps or the rodent traps, and he has caught 3 of the 3 ferrets over a period of about 4 months. Now, a ferret can absolutely decimate a bird roosting spit like that. So we're into predator control, and we're doing it on a voluntary basis. And it's been highlighted with what has happened over this COVID-19 laxation and what has happened over in the Taurus at the with pardon? Yeah, with the kiwi.
Sorry, Kelvin, can I just you've taken up half your time, and I'm conscious that there may be a number of questions that councillors have of you, and I wondered whether we could actually get on to some of those now first before you finish up.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's just about it.
Okay.
If that's all right. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
So, the one thing I have left out would probably be the dunes, the parabolic dunes that we've got there. We've got a dune garden there, and I would like that to be entered in on our submission too.
Thank you.
But if there are questions, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, Christine.
Thanks for that, Kelvin. I'm just clarifying. So you people have got the money to build the viewing platform, and you think it's on council land. You really just want council to give you permission to do that. Is that correct?
Also, Christine, we'd like to gift what is built back to the council, so that it is so that we can help with the running of it. But we don't feel we want to own a project like that. Obviously, there will be very, very little maintenance on it, but we would like the actual ownership to belong to the greater council as a whole, rather than just the trust.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
David.
Yes, Kelvin, thank you very much for a very detailed submission, and also appreciate you giving the background, including the membership numbers for who you represent. I think that gives further mandate to your submission. My question is a pretty blunt one, Kelvin. It's about, I'm referring to your second paragraph. It's on the long-term plan about the governance model, the 3 statutory managers, and you make the observation that there is a growing collaborative effort among the 3 statutory managers. But my question is this: does it need a clearer leadership model? Should there, in other words, be one of the statutory managers, for example, who does take the leadership role, which is not to say that the other 2 parties will not continue to be fully involved in resourcing and contributing? Because even with this improved leadership or collaborative model, I just wonder if there is a bit of a 3-headed monster.
Yeah. A 3-headed, yeah, it's not a monster, Dave. It's, you're right. We would look, we've got a very enthusiastic person at the moment from the Conservation Department, and full marks to her. But we would like it to be localised down to our local LTA, to our council. And I can assure you that there are no loggerheads amongst the estuary, and that would be good. And then, should we get into trouble with regional council or the Department of Conservation or whatever the case would be, then we can meet them, but we won't. We've got a full plan, and it's simplicity in itself. It's just to put a structure onto a land that people can appreciate in their social time and appreciate their, yeah.
Can I just add, Kelvin, that I have, along with some of the officers, already been engaged with the Department of Conservation around some of the issues that we have locally, and where they have previously held the lead role. Their priorities are obviously probably more of a national significance rather than a local significance.
Yeah.
So council is looking to play a bigger role in guiding some of these issues now. Look, we understand completely how significant what you do and the estuary is, and the river. It is a treasure that we need to care and respect for, and we're well aware of that. So look, rest assured that we are working on playing a bigger role in that space.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ross.
Yeah, g'day Kelvin, thank you for your submission and your detail. It's really good to have that background and for the other councillors to hear that background. A couple of questions. I take it with the platform you're talking about, and thanks again for sending those that design through. I take it you're looking for an undertaking from council officers that they'll continue to perhaps work side by side with the Manawatu Trust around that, and look at the ways of making that happen, as we probably tried around the Darwick Street platform. That for two questions. One, is that what you're looking for at off Linklater? And the second one, I see you'll be aware of the joint submission by a number of organisations to the regional council annual plan, the Manawatu Trust, that was drafted by Janine Smart. I take it you've seen that and been aware of that. And is that, in your view, yes, what you're looking for at the estuary? Because I think it's a pretty good start, and I'll certainly have the undertaking to make sure the other councillors see that. So just your comments around those would be good. Thank you.
Yes, no, I have seen the submission that Janine has put in, and I'm aware of that, and that really is, it doesn't highlight it, but we're in that direction as well. And the other thing, we've never really found out who actually put the platform in at the bottom end of Darwick Street, but that it has proved an asset over the last 25 years has come to, hasn't it? And we can see where the appreciation can come from having a platform. Yes. But I think that was initiated by council, by a councillor at Horowhenua Council.
Kelvin, I see the need for a field trip. I see the need for elected members to understand, while it's nice hearing from you now, but I do see the need at some stage for us to be able to come and visit, and for you to actually physically show us what goes on up there and how important it is. I think it's all very well for us to read reports and see photos from time to time, but I think an on-the-spot visit would be a heck of a lot more helpful. And I wonder, I know probably not in the short term, but certainly later this year, if we could arrange a visit for us all, that would be fantastic.
That would be good. Then I wouldn't have to speak on behalf of everybody else.
Exactly.
On the other members, yeah.
Yep. Victoria, did I see you?
Yes, sorry. Thanks for that. Thank you, Kelvin. And apologise if you've already answered this, but when you mentioned volunteers and predator control, do you actually get assistance from DOC for that as well, regarding traps and other resources?
The traps, yes, they do. The traps do come from DOC, And I think they're also, you can get them from Wildlife Foxton through DOC and the regional council. Yeah. But I was really taken back when we came to light with 3 ferrets on that spit, and you've got those little very small birds and that virtually roost there, and they'd just be easy prey for anything like that.
Great, thank you for that, Kelvin.
Anyone else wish to add anything? No, okay. Look, Kelvin, thank you very much for your submission. Really appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to do that. And just want to acknowledge the work that the Estuary Trust and all those organisations around Foxton do to contribute to the environmental care of the area. Look, we know how important it is to the district, and you can be assured that councillors, will be there along with you to make sure that it's protected and cared for.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Is that my time extended, is it, or is it run out?
You've got a couple of minutes if you want to add anything more.
Oh, yes. Well, I did have a personal submission, and it's virtually on the basis of our rate rise.
Sure.
As a ratepayer in 2 areas, we're taken back at the actual, is it 6.8 or the 2 rate rises in the 2 rating areas. And a few years ago, well, 2 council settings ago, we were talking about a 75 million or to an $80 million deficit. And now it would seem that we've been confronted with $115 million by the end of June. Now, in accepting a debt like that and putting a debt like that onto ratepayers, it seems to me, in my mind, it's confronting, and it's not only confronting, but it's unsettling, targeting a non-rate rise this year. And we're talking about persons on the extremities of our Horowhenua Council trying to exceed or succeed from Horowhenua and join the Manawatu or the Palmerston North. Now, I was also aware that a while ago, we were told that about 10 or 12% of rates are either not paid or people are having difficulty in paying the rates. Well, surely that must be a warning to us that either our rates are beyond the reach of certain sections of our community, or that they can't be met with the viability of our community, either in industry or in farming. Now, Manawatu has the advantage of having an 80% of number 1 or first grade land. But when we come to the Horowhenua, we can't, our farming is either on the plateau area, a lot of it is hill country, and we haven't got the ability to diversify into farming into a higher provisional revenue streams or income streams. So what I am concerned about is that we're holding our rates and our ratepayers virtually to ransom, and especially to any new projects which might become part of the council's activities. Now, if we've got Te Karere, and we've also got the Newstrom and Foxton, and with the way things have shaped up, they're not going to perform even to the extent that we hoped that they would, or we were told that they would. Now, I know that interest rates have come down, but if we exceed the advantage we get in a lesser interest rate, and by taking on more debt, we're actually defeating the purpose. So there's no advantage there. We're still increasing the rate burden upon the ratepayer and upon the individual. Now, I know that they can be exciting times if we go spending money on capital projects, and that they do afford to potential buyers within the area social advantages. But I think we have to rely more, and that's one reason why the Estuary Trust would come into focus, of our geographical advantages, which have already been, are already there, and don't have to attract a whole lot of capital input. Now,
okay, Kelvin, sorry, I am going to have to bring you up short there a little bit, sorry.
Yeah,
We,
that's
look,
right.
we are extremely conscious as a council around the issue of rates and debt. You can be assured that we are looking at all aspects of our financial performance extremely closely. And you've raised a number of issues that probably need a wider conversation than the minute or so that we've got left now. But there are, as you can imagine, the draft for the annual plan was written before lockdown. So things are being looked at a lot more closely since then, of course, and we don't expect to see the rates rise that we were projecting when we come to make a decision at the end of June.
Oh, yes. Yes.
All right.
Yep, thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much again. We appreciate your time and your engagement with us, and look forward to hearing from you again. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everybody, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cheerio.
Right. Our next submitter is Mr. Gary Good. His submission is 102. The full hearing page is 240. The speakers only book is page 16. Welcome, Gary.
Kia ora.
Nice to see you. And we have, you can assume that everybody has read your submission.
Well, it wouldn't take them long.
Sorry?
It wouldn't have taken them long.
No, it wouldn't have taken them long. You're quite right. And but we still appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to submit. So is there, we have 15 minutes.
Yep.
In fact, you only have 10. So if you wish to add anything to that submission, or you're welcome to.
I don't wish to add anything other than to bring forward some emphasis on some of the material I've put in the submission. Under the present circumstances, since we started this exercise, things have changed a lot. And I do appreciate the fact that the councillors are prepared to reconsider some of the opportunities available to them. I'll take my submission as read, and I'll skip over the issue around the paddling pool. I'll leave that for Pam to talk about. And but I do think that if you're going to do it, do it. But currently, of course, financially, it's doubtful, isn't it? What I would like to focus on is what I think are our priorities in terms of the council, which are clear in the major issues that I've listed, namely managing growth, ensuring we have housing and commercial development that do in fact reflect the values of this community at large. To me, that's very important. We mustn't lose sight of our district and the values held in it by all groups of people in moving forward. The key challenge, I think, is financial, and I heard Calvin talking about that a minute ago. The rates issue. I wouldn't like to think that we went for a blanket reduction on rates. I don't think that's necessarily the best way to go, because it's going to take us a long time to get over it. And we've been there before. I'd like to think that targeted reductions in the initial rate amount makes good sense, particularly for those who need support in the community. And that's good indicative leadership on our part, on your part, should I say. So in the areas of business, housing, and employment, I think it's worthy that some sort of further rebating system might be able to put in place. And rather than just a blanket across the board, there's lots of people out there that don't need a blanket cover, including myself. I'd rather pay the rates that are due and see the money being put aside to help others. Now, you guys, you're on, as I say, we're on the cusp of a most significant challenge for this community, widest challenge we've ever had, really. And I'm hopeful that you're up to it. I'm sure you are. I think you've got a good council, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sure they will rise to the occasion and do the best for this community. Thank you for your time.
I don't know if you've got any questions or not.
Thank you for that vote of confidence, Gary. I appreciate that. Does any councillors have any questions for Gary? Ross.
Okay, done.
Yeah, I've got one for you, Gary. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Very good. So when you talked about the rates and the blanket reduction, you're then saying you wouldn't agree with a zero rate rise like you've seen in other parts. Is that?
No, I wouldn't, because I don't think everybody needs it. I think you've got to target those with the greatest need in the community in terms of meeting the costs of rates. Now, we have a rebate scheme, which has been in existence for years. That targets one group, but in terms of I think of our commercial sector, our industry, our farmers, they are the backbone of this community. And I would like to think that we can consider ways of supporting them financially with the way you set up the rates.
So something like a rates postponement policy or something similar.
I'll leave the small print to you.
Thank you, Gary.
Anyone else? Christine.
Thank you. This is a totally different question. Just Gary, as a submitter, how many of us can you see?
All but almost all of you. I can't quite see the top left-hand corner. I'm not sure who that is. Is it you, Robert, is it? Yeah, it's Robert, but I can't see him.
Oh no, okay. That's cool. It's just for me, you're on the screen where there aren't many people. And I was just hoping that people who come on can actually see us, so they feel that they actually are speaking to us. So that's great. Thank you.
I could tell how bored you were or weren't in the previous submissions. I can see you clear as a bell. You've got to be very careful when you're on the Zoom thing, because every expression, every scratch of your nose, everything, everybody sees it.
Yes, thank you. We know.
We're slowly getting used to it, Gary. It's almost regarded as being normal now. Did you have a question, Robert? No, okay, all right. Look, Gary, thank you very much for taking the time to submit. Look, I totally agree with your reflection on the values of this community and how much we need to respect that. And I'm sure, as you said, that this council is up to it. You know, we know that we've got some challenges ahead of us, especially now. But you know, before we adopt this annual plan, you can be rest assured that we'll be doing everything we can to ensure the good work of previous councils continues.
Thank you.
Thank you. So are you going to relinquish your seat now and hand over?
Pam can have the hot seat.
Okay, thank you.
I just got a text to see if I was using the same Zoom thing. And I said, yes, we're swapping chairs. Hi, everyone.
Welcome, Pam. So you've probably heard, you've got 10 minutes. So that time is yours, but it would be probably good if you could leave a little bit of time so that if there are any questions from the elected members, that you leave sufficient time for that.
I'm sure that I will not need my 10 minutes of talking.
Thank you.
So we can interact. So first of all, regarding the splash pad, as you know, I have put option 1. And as I believe that Levin does need a splash pad, but I do not think Jubilee Park is the right place. I think it needs to be on a much grander scale. As you know, I'm pretty passionate about parks. And it should be at another venue, which I'm not saying where, okay? Issues I see, if it's at Jubilee Park, I feel there are some hygiene issues. Users should wear swimming gear And if they are toddlers or babies, they should be wearing swimming nappies, and the nappies need to be changed often. They should not wear their clothes. I see that as another hygiene issue. So in my view, as the Jubilee Park only has 2 toilets, which are not suitable for changing areas, I see that as something that needs to be addressed. Also, parking, a splash pad attracts a lot of people. There is no parking in the vicinity. It's on the street, and it could attract many people and therefore be a safety issue. Now, I must say that I am a positive person. I don't usually look at negative things such as this, but I just feel this could be quite an important factor to address, because you do have to, particularly with the recirculated water, it's got to be treated, and it's like a swimming pool. If there are accidents and if you have people in their clothing and it's all dirty, it's obviously not going to help with the treatment of the water. So that's all I'm going to say about that. So do you want me to stop now and anybody want to ask any questions, or do you want me to carry on?
No, I think that's probably a good place to stop for briefly and see if there are any questions from elected members around your position there. David.
Hello,
Hi,
Pam.
David. Hi. I didn't recognise you. You look different.
Oh, thank you. So, Pam, it's really just around location. And I guess sort of as a Foxtonian looking from the outside, and it feels to me like the east side of Levin does not have the amenities of the west side. So sort of in my simplistic way, I wonder if there's a bit of an equity thing to have something really special for the east side of town. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you could, but I'd still think the issues that I would need addressing. So it's going to perhaps create more expense if you're going to do that. How do others feel about that? Oh, I can't ask. Gary says I can't ask.
No, you can't.
Sorry.
Good try, Ben.
I'm not used to doing this. This is the first time I've done this.
That will come as part of our deliberations in a few weeks, Pam.
Okay.
Can I ask if has the Adventure Park Trust ever looked at this proposal like this themselves?
Yes, they have. And the reason I'm doing this as an independent person was because I hadn't spoken to the trustees regarding putting in this submission. I just quickly did it. Yes, we have. We had a Boffa School concept plan that in 2009 that we developed with them, and we did have a splash pad in that. The ideal place would have been on the old tennis court, which is getting a bit dilapidated at the front of the park. And we put in a submission in 2018 to ask for money for our lovely Tetra guide that we've just installed. And we did have our we had 3 things on that plan. One was the shared pathways to assist with those. And then the other one was further development of a splash pad. So we have, yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, so I move on.
Yeah, I think Christine's got a question there.
Oh, sorry, Christine.
Thanks, Pam. I was just wondering what would be your thoughts about the funding if there was a splash pad?
Where? Just a splash pad?
Well, wherever it was, if you said you quite would like a splash pad, you don't want it at Jubilee Park, possibly somewhere else, what would your funding model be that you would propose?
Well, if you're a trust, you do have the ability to apply for funding. You could ask for donations. So you have asked, and that's one of your options in the community. Council putting some money in as part of their recreational development plans. That would be, yeah.
Joe.
Hi,
Hi.
Pam. Thanks
Hi.
for your submission. You just said that you had you raised the concern about facilities around hygiene at the location of Jubilee Park. And you said that you'd had some concept plans done in response to the Mayor's question. Is that something that you've covered off, those facilities? Have you got adequate facilities at the Adventure Park? Is there adequate in terms of what you need around?
Well, there's more adequate facilities than at Jubilee Park, because we do have the toilet blocks on. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sam.
Hi Pam, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine, thank you.
Hey, look, just a quick question about if not the adventure playground, are there any other locations that you had been thinking about?
Well, and so I know that a previous person at council years ago who was in charge of parks was quite keen to put one at the swimming pool or by the swimming pool, and that is the case in quite a few areas. But maybe that defeats the purpose, because if people can use the splash pad, then they may not use the swimming pool facility, and therefore there may not be the revenue that you would get from the swimming pool. That would be, yeah. I don't think it should be kind of, well, it could be possibly by the, on the village green, maybe. I don't know.
Sorry, my apologies. I just got distracted there. So are there any, did you want to add something else, Pam, to other than the splash pad? We do have a couple of minutes.
Oh, yes, I did. I had another one about key challenges.
Sure.
For the district. Because of the low socioeconomic status of many of our residents, council has an opportunity to support NGOs, non-governmental organisations, by providing operating resources and a voice to enhance the well-being in our community, to further enhance the well-being in our community. The NGO community is really underfunded, and this is highlighted by a report done by SSPA, which is Social Services Providers Aotearoa, and that was done in September last year, and it has identified a huge funding gap. And the NGO sector is likely to see an increase in demand for services, along with a decline in funding, especially in the current COVID-19 environment. There's not the same capacity to get funding. In that report that I said, that the NGO community is underfunded by $630 million each year. That's nationwide, and it is a huge issue. And we need initiatives to support the continued work of the increased levels of capacity. So therefore, I see local government support and lobbying is much needed. Basically, there's going to be more demand and less funding. So I should say that the previous, not the last council, but the council led by Brendan before that, he often acted as a voice for NGO community at a higher level. And it's, yeah, and I could see that that would be something that the council could do.
Okay, thank you. So we've got time for one question if there's any there. Can't see any. Look, Pam, we understand completely the challenge that NGOs face, and especially following COVID-19, it's only going to be a bigger challenge than it even was before. And I think I wish I knew the answer. We can advocate and lobby and pressure as much as we like, but the reality is that there will be lots of priorities coming out of this challenge as we hopefully move out of recovery. I think the localism thing is going to be play a big part following this as we go into recovery mode, and we need to get together as a community and try and work together with organisations that are struggling in that space to try and see what we can do. You can be rest assured that the Wellbeing Committee and others will be much involved in this space.
Great, thank you. And we will certainly the sector will certainly come to you for support.
Hopefully we'll be able to do that.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and appreciate the fact
Hello,
that
David.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi.
Bye, Joe. Gary. Sorry. Pam. Gary. Okay. Our last submitter before we have a break, people, is Suzanne McFarlane, whose submission number is 142. The full hearing booklet page number is 399, and the speakers only booklet, it is page 20. So welcome, Suzanne. We have a little bit of time to hear and talk to you. Look, you can take it that all councillors have read your submission, so you don't need to repeat it word for word if you like, but if there are by way of introduction or any points that you would like to add, you're welcome to do so, but please leave some time for councillors to ask you some questions. So I'll leave it over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors, CEO. I'm a resident and ratepayer from Shannon, and I have lived here for 3 years. Formerly, I was a resident and ratepayer in Kuku. I want to stress how appalled I am at the amount of the rates increase and the debt incurred by council of mostly higher income owners who have absolutely no idea of the financial difficulties of coping with the increasing costs of rates and spending carried out by the council. In Shannon, most people are of the lower socioeconomic group, and we are, most of us, struggling with the increase in rates. And further, I am amazed at the desire for the council to upgrade a paddling pool at the cost of 30,000 just to remove it, and then to replace it with a splash pad, whatever that might mean. I'm not sure, and I don't think many people would be, about the paddling pool being past its use-by date. And I'm not sure that replacing with something else at this time is a prudent and sensible way of spending ratepayers' money. I just feel that there has been no indication from council about their intentions at this time of cutting costs and expenses as a result of the COVID-19 and the lack of jobs, businesses and income for so many people in the Horowhenua district. As you probably are well aware, Levin has the highest number per capita of superannuitants in the country, and our income is extremely set and limiting. I'm just appalled at the increase in rates. I came to Shannon and bought a very low cost house, which I love, but the cost of the rates are going to send me out if they continue to go up and up as the way they are. I'm spending over 50% of my income on superannuation for my mortgage and the amount of money that I need to keep aside for rates. And I find that absolutely wrong. It's just unbelievable. And I wonder if there are ways that the council could prune their costs by taking a pay cut and having to live on the income that they already have. And with the rates, whether they could be returned to last year's fixed figure, and that would allow council maybe to trim some of their expenses and give some relief to some of us who are going to be in a very big struggle over the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Look, just an initial comment. The draft annual plan that we put out for consultation was put out before the lockdown, and will look completely different when we get to the end of June and adopt an annual plan. The reality is that we didn't actually need to go out to the community and consult. But council took a stance that we wanted to. We wanted to ensure that the community had a voice. And that's why councils have, some have already moved to adopt a rates increase or not, because they have not consulted with their communities. Rest assured that since the lockdown and the impact of COVID-19, we are looking at all parts of the expenditure and costs that we incur, and there is every expectation that the annual plan that we adopt will look differently from what we actually put out before lockdown. I'll just open it up to any councillors who wish to ask you any questions. Are there any comments, questions? None. Sorry, did you want to respond to that?
Well, I think it would be very useful if in communiques either through from your council through the Chronicle or some other means, that intentions of revisiting these things were made public for the community to know that something was perhaps come out of some sort of consultation that you have. It's a vast to be told of what's going to happen after the event, and a lot of people are just blindsided by the fact that nothing has really come out of council indicating any reaction to the COVID-19 lockdown.
So as you can imagine, communication with the public has been very difficult through this time. The community newspapers have not been in operation. We did drop a flyer in. There will be, you will be getting a rates account in your mail shortly, which will have some further explanations around the sort of strategies and plans that we are looking at. But we are very conscious that there are a number of recovery plans and strategies that are being formulated, either nationally, regionally, and locally. And we are not hurrying that. We are taking a measured approach, but you can be rest assured that we are looking at every aspect of our what we do and how we operate to either make sure that we continue our essential service, but also give the public the levels of service that they expect these days.
Well, if you could put a flyer out calling for submissions for the upgrade of Donald Duck Park, why couldn't you put a flyer out for indicating in some way the thinking of council in relation to the COVID-19 lockdown? Because it seems to me that it's been very slow in coming forward.
You rest assured that that is happening. We are seeking feedback from all aspects of the community in that space.
And how are we going to know how you're getting that?
Well, it's coming through council. It's coming through our community wellbeing committee. It's coming through our community grants committee. It's coming through people like yourself, letting us know where they stand.
But a lot of people don't do this, and a lot of people won't come forward and make claim on these local and government plans for assistance. A lot of people
Sorry, you are breaking up, Suzanne. I didn't hear that last statement.
A lot of people won't come forward and let you know what they're going through, because there is a certain amount of pressure in most people in this area, and we don't know what we don't want to have to go to some organisation for assistance if we know.
So I didn't get that last bit.
We don't know what's coming from council if we don't hear from you. We don't organisations for assistance. If we could find out what the council is actually thinking about doing and communicating with the people as per the flyer that you put out.
Okay.
It's no use calling on the wellbeing committee and this committee and that committee, because often they don't know. They don't know the people because they don't consult with them. Not the spokespeople. We are, and not everybody's game enough to take on the council.
So I saw Christine's hand up. Did you want to make a comment, Christine?
Thank you, I did. So I'm really lucky because I've been getting the Chronicle the last couple of weeks, which has had updates in it from council and like a column from Bernie explaining the sorts of things that are happening. And hopefully the Chronicle will be up and running to everybody this Friday, now that we're in level 2. Do you get the Chronicle in Shannon?
Well, we used to, but I haven't had it since lockdown.
No, but my point is that you should start getting it again now that we're at level 2.
Well, if you've had it, sorry, if you've
I've had it. Yeah, I've had it simply because I'm on rural delivery, and for some reason we get it delivered to our letterbox. But I've been really lucky. But most people have had to rely on getting it from their local shop or some point that it's sent out to, rather than to their homes. But you should be getting it coming very shortly.
Well, let's hope that that's what happens, Christine, because as I say, there's been nothing come through. And if you can send out, if the council can send out a flyer for calling for submissions for an expensive upgrade on a paddling pool, then why not a flyer to indicate what is going on for the people who don't get the Chronicle in advance like you have, or have any other way of finding out?
Yeah, point taken.
Todd, did you have a comment?
Hello, Suzanne. Thank you for your submission. I just wanted to sort of cover what Bernie had said. I know it's been a difficult time and it's hard with communication, but it's also when you're involved in council, you can't go releasing stuff until it's finally decided. But I can guarantee you that all the councillors have had lots of feedback from lots of the community, and like the mayor said, we're looking at every aspect of everything. And as soon as we've come to a decision and moving forward, we will definitely let you know what is going on. And we do. You trust me, because I'm a new councillor, and we really do know the feeling of the community. It mightn't be. We mightn't be able to put it in the paper yet, but as councillors, we've been communicated to by numerous people throughout the district, and this is just another forum for you for you to give your opinion, which is great. And we are available to everybody out there. And so we are well aware of what's going on. And believe it or not, we're doing a heck of a lot of work behind the scenes. And as soon as we can release that, we will. Thank you.
Well, that would be very nice, but it still would be good to have some sort of indication from council as to what you are actually thinking about doing. It doesn't have to be finalised, but if we know what areas you're working on and what things might come out of it, it would make a heck of a difference. It's no use saying after the event. We need to know during the event so that we can be commenting on it if necessary.
Look, thank you, Suzanne. Look, we appreciate your comments, and look, we are trying to make every effort to engage and communicate with all our community and let them know where we're thinking, what we're thinking, and where we've got until the end of June to make decisions on where we land with this annual plan. And in that time, we will be seeking lots of feedback from all sectors of the community to ensure that we are making our best decisions for the whole of the district. Look, if you have any, if you want to give any of us a ring at any stage to let us know what's going on, you are welcome. And once again, I thank you for your submission and for your time today. And hopefully we'll hear more from you in the future. So thank you.
Don't wish yourself to forget that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone. We now have a break. If you would please turn off your cameras and mute as well. We will be back at 3:30. Okay, so time for a little bit of a comfort stop and recharge the batteries. So look forward to seeing you then. Cheers.
actually said that the next 3 submittals are already in the waiting room, so it's great.
Okay. Get into it.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. And just waiting for a couple more to rejoin us, but we will get underway. Just a note for everybody that there has been a change in order of submitters. Our next 2 submitters that were on our schedule have advised us that they don't wish to present to us today. So we have moved our last submitter for the day, Sam Ferguson, up to now, and we've also taken the Michael Morgan, who was due at 6 o'clock, and moved him directly after the Federated Farmers. So we'll note that we will not need that final session later on. So we'll work through now till the end. So welcome, Sam, and thank you for your cooperation in coming forward, and you know, so that we can move things around, and your flexibility is appreciated.
No problem.
You'll understand the process, I'm sure, and how this works. So if you want to kick off, introduce your submission, you're welcome to do so. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor Bernie, and good afternoon, councillors. I've got a presentation that's just coming up as well. Yeah, so my name's Sam Ferguson. I have met most of you. For those that are watching live, I am a councillor from Horizons Regional Council, but this is a personal submission. It's not anything to do with Horizons Regional Council. As my written submission and the presentation says, that this is about active transport in the Hora Whenua. Next slide, please. So I thought it was just worth touching on what active transport is, because it's a term that may not be familiar for everyone, but effectively it's using physical activity to get around our community. And primarily that's cycling and walking. The other term that you may hear is micro-mobility. I'm not going to be talking about that, but it is a term that's used in regard to transport, and that's about small lightweight devices, things like e-scooters or skateboards. And why I'm talking to you about active transport today is, I mean, there's a few reasons why I believe active transport is important and why it deserves more focus in our community that I've listed there. So including efficient use of our shared spaces. There's significant research around the health benefits of active transport, the environmental impact and the financial impact. It's a cheaper way of people getting around our communities. For most people, it's accessible without needing to purchase a vehicle. It helps strengthen community connections, and a good example of that is hearing stories over the past week of where people have been moving around their communities on foot as part of restrictions with COVID, and actually starting to meet their neighbours. So yeah, strengthening community connections is a good example, a good benefit. And there's also a lot of research that backs up that especially for kids, learning at school is vastly enhanced if they get to school actively on foot or on bike. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of people choosing to get around using active transport, there are a number of barriers that make it difficult for some people. And I've grouped those into 3 key areas. There's the environment that we have built, that our community have built, that our roads, where we have pedestrian crossings, seats for elderly to sit down, how much space we actually allocate for people on foot and on bike, the quality of our pathways, where there is or isn't public transport, and also just the priority that we place on people on active transport. And a good example of that is if you use the traffic light crossings in the centre of Levin, the priority for people on foot is a lot lower than the priority for people in a private vehicle. So that's an example of the priority that we place on active transport. There are some personal barriers to people using active transport, whether there are people that are vulnerable and can struggle to get around, but there's also perceptions of safety, and especially around cycling. There are a lot of perceptions of safety issues that prevent people being encouraged to use active transport. As an example, children riding to school and parents not feeling comfortable that their children will be safe. And there's also social barriers around other road users not being patient with people on bike or foot, social acceptance, and blocked pathways. So next slide, please. And this is just an example in our community of pathways that are blocked. So I was just walking around town and came across this, but this is a very common sight in our communities. Now, for someone able-bodied like myself, I can easily just walk around that vehicle, but for someone who's on a wheelchair or someone who has a pram or someone who has mobility issues, this is a big enough barrier that they may not be able to get where they want to go. And this is entirely within control of council to help change this type of behaviour, so that one small but very visible barrier to people choosing active transport. Next slide, please. Now, also to do with people getting around on active transport is looking at the risks a little bit more. So I've dug some figures out, and again, there's a lot of research to back this up, and in the next slide I've got a graph to help show it. But key points are, if someone is hit by a vehicle at 50 kilometres an hour, there is an 80% chance that they will die as a result of that collision. If we take that down to 30 kilometres an hour, the chance of death drops dramatically. Now, we know that the police generally apply a 10-kilometre speed allowance. So if we take that up to 60 kilometres an hour when someone is hit, and we'll see on the graph, significant chance of death. Even if someone isn't dying, the serious injury could be life-altering. As a community, there has been focus to reduce speed limits to 40 kilometres an hour outside of schools during peak times. It is a start, but if we can go on to the next slide, please, and you'll see the graph shows, again, this is research-based information. So what we're seeing here, the line, well, the x-axis is speed, and the y-axis going up is the risk of death being hit at that speed. And so you can see just above 35 kilometres an hour, we see the risk of death or serious injury increases substantially. So if we take a child that's hit at 40 kilometres an hour, we've got a 25% chance of death right there. And we add 5 more kilometres, we just see that risk increase substantially. So if you look at 50 kilometres an hour, and that's just over 80% chance of death. So that's in our community right now. If someone is hit, there's our probability. And as I said, so I've got the reference of where that's come from, but that is research-based information. Next slide, please. Okay, so when I made the submission to council on active transport, COVID wasn't really a word that we were familiar with, but now we are living in a COVID world, and we've got some real needs around physical distancing. So I've got here a photo. It's an example from Auckland of what's being done. This is temporary footpath expansion that's being put in place. And it's ultimately about allocating more space to pedestrians in our communities. You may be aware that Nelson City Council is doing these types of measures as well, and there's every possibility that the Hora Whenua could be looking at some of these measures. And if you go on to the next slide, please, there's a fund from the NZTA, which is focused on tactical urbanism, and they will cover up to 90% of costs for these types of measures, whether it's expanding footpaths or trialling other things to create space for people. It's not tied directly to the COVID response, but the timing is perfect. And this photo, a number of us will be familiar with this. This is from Auckland, outside a busy burger space. But we have every possibility of these same types of issues happening in the Hora Whenua, wherever people gather. Our town centres, people do gather, and creating enough space that those people can be able to spread out. The other thing that can be done and can be funded through this Tactical Urbanism Fund is creating some temporary placemaking. So next slide, please. This is an example of what some temporary placemaking could look like. And the reason I wanted to show this is you can see that for a very, very small cost, this is where spaces can be created in our town centres just to try things. The fund is set up for failing quickly. If it doesn't work, that's fine, change direction. But this is just one example. And next slide, please. So I wanted to give some suggestions from my point of view around active transport and a response in the COVID situation tied into people getting around the community, things that you could be focusing on in the short and the medium term with minimal costs, because I certainly am aware that there's plenty of pressure from the ratepayers not to be increasing costs. So some things you could be looking at outside of schools, those drop-off zones, claiming more space for people on bike and foot. And that could mean moving drop-off zones a couple of 100 metres down the road and creating that space directly in front of the school as a space where people can get around safely on foot. Trialling tactical urbanism. So for example, some temporary cycle lanes on Bath Street, or attempting trying some placemaking in town centres.
Sam, I'm just conscious of time.
Sure.
And if you wish to get any feedback or questions from councillors, you probably need to wrap it up pretty shortly.
Yeah, well, let's go on to the final slide then, please. And so this is suggesting some things that will take a little bit longer, working with some local schools, identifying key routes through our community, implementing a 30-kilometre speed limit in our urban areas. And there we go. So that's really the key messages that I did want to get across. And if there are any questions, happy to try and answer them.
Did anyone have any questions for Sam? Sam.
Hi, Sam. Hey, look, first, thank you very much for your submission and thank you for your service on the Regional Council. Just, I guess, a quick question, taking the presentation that you've given us. If you could package up one pilot or initial project that we could potentially insert in the annual plan, could you give me sort of a description of what it would be or what it would look like?
Yeah, good question. I think we're working with schools to put some measures in place, because if I think about the vulnerable people in our community, kids and students definitely fall into that category, and starting to work towards mode shift for children getting to school, and whether it's working with one school initially.
Joe.
Really, thanks, Mayor Bernie, and Sam, thanks. And mine was just a thumbs up. I've, as you know, been part of the Shared Pathway group, and there've been many discussions, particularly in partnership with police locally about how, and they run a range of safety workshops in schools with students, but it's been talking about how as a district, whether it be Tokomaru, whether it be Shannon, whether it be Foxton, Levin or other areas, how we get children to use walking and cycling as methods to get to school and being active at school. So thank you for your submission. It's very useful.
If I can comment on that, there's some research from Massey University that shows really clearly that where councils engaged with schools on active transport, that's where they got some real gains. But it took active engagement from the council.
Okay, look, thanks, Sam. Appreciate that. Oh, sorry, Victoria, you had a question?
Sorry, I was multitasking, missed it completely. Thank you, Sam. You mentioned in your submission the likes of lack of crossing points, places for the elderly to rest, quality of paths, lack of public transport, and are often brought up, as you'll be aware, and discussed in our Older Persons Network Community Wellbeing and Access and Inclusion Committee. So we have an Horowhenua Integrated Transport Strategy, and I think you may have submitted to that from memory. I'm not 100% sure. So my question is, do you think that the HIT strategy covers some or most of some of your concerns there regarding the transport and the connectivity issues in the Horowhenua?
I think that's a longer term strategy that it does cover some, but I guess that's part of my message. There is opportunity now also as part of the COVID response and the funding from NZTA. I mean, 90% of funds could be covered. So that's a huge opportunity to jump on quickly, and is my suggestion.
So that's your message to us, is just to move a little faster.
I think, yeah, there's a opportunity for, I mean, they've used the words tactical urbanism. There's an opportunity to try and fail quickly if that's what it takes. And so that's my challenge, or my suggestion.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. Look, I appreciate the fact that you've bothered to submit to us about this. I'm sure the officers will have listened intently and be taking note of some of the suggestions that you've made. There is always that dilemma around the challenge of moving volumes of increasing amount of traffic safely and easily against the challenges of the walkers and cyclists and active transport users around the town. So look, I'm sure we will take note of those, that submission, and welcome. Hopefully we can rise to your challenge.
Appreciate your time. Thanks, Mayor Bernie, and thank you, everyone.
Cheers. Okay, everybody. Our next submitter is waiting in the wings as well, and that will be Alan Little. His submission number is 119, full hearing booklet page is 308, and speakers only booklet page number is 26. Hello, Alan. Would you like to unmute yourself? Hello, Alan.
Yes, Bernie, I'm now unmuted.
Would you like to unmute yourself?
I am unmuted. Are you hearing me?
I am hearing you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for your submission. You can take it that councillors have read it, and we've got 15 minutes for you to introduce that or add any comments you wish, but please recognise that councillors will need to have time to ask some questions or clarifications of you. So I'll let you get into it. Comments you wish, but please recognise that councillors will need to have time to ask some questions or clarifications of you. so I'll let you get into it.
Yep, right, sure. I'm not sure, Bernie.
Recognise that councillors will need to have time to ask.
What's happening?
I'm not sure. So I'll let you get into it.
Yep, right, sure. I'm not sure, Bernie.
Alan, are you also watching this on YouTube?
Pardon?
So, Alan, have you got live stream on as well?
Yes, I did have.
Yeah,
I was watching you.
yeah. I think
I
you should turn that off because there's a bit of a delay.
Yes, I apologise. That's good. Thank you for your tolerance and the opportunity. I'm fully aware of the constraints that we're under as far as time is concerned, Your Worship. Thank you. And to councillors, each and every one of you, greetings. We share in common a district-wide community of interest, which I earnestly believe is second to none. District-wide, our facilities are well managed and appear to be largely in good order and condition. Reflecting on our future, about which I'm optimistic rather than pessimistic, I applaud the efforts of council staff and all involved in reporting and thinking futuristically about the amenities. One strength is in our people who collaborate, devise and design facilities in support of wider community well-being. Our wider community is an attractive place which has much to offer. And now I turn to the splash pad. I'm concerned that Levin's splash pad seems to be of paramount importance. Sadly, there's little description around what we're actually concerned about and how this comes to be. I confirm that we are in fact speaking of the facility at Jubilee Park, which I think should be developed. Youngsters need quality facilities and resources. There's a whole other discussion to be had as to whether the current site is the best in terms of access and usage. Will the facility be better sited near, say, the pool complex? We should be concerned about public amenity. In the Horowhenua, we provide an array of services for residents, including public spaces and community facilities. Capital improvements include a variety of civic buildings, water and sewer lines, sewer treatment facilities, parks and recreation facilities, plus our network of local streets and pedestrian walkways. I would have liked to applaud the image that was presented by Sam, where he highlighted a problem which is very big for the likes of me who walk with a white stick, and that is the fact of cars obstructing footpaths. I would ask council to be cognizant of that in its deliberations. We need footpaths to be open and clear for access and egress. Levin's splash pad, though, is a facility offered for the general public for their use and or enjoyment, with or without charge. And I think that it's an amenity which we can be proud of and have been over the years. The quality of our neighbourhoods and streets for pedestrians, plus frontage landscaping and general ease of movement for people, all support a fabulous place to live, a good place to feel good in. Where am I losing my point? Support for sense of and support a real sense of well-being, as do the array of interconnected paths, parks, trails, pathways, etc. I believe we need to acknowledge and applaud the effort of the Keep New Zealand Beautiful initiative, with the efforts by its local members to keep our streets and open spaces clean and tidy. I believe that we need as a council to be able to enforce regulations around littering and pollution and spoiling of the environment by those scurrilous people who simply dump their garbage wherever they think it's convenient. It seems to me we should be more rigorous and enforce penalties for willful littering and damage to the environment or its amenities. I believe we as a community should see greater engagement with the Horowhenua Camera Trust, so its surveillance is more enhanced as a tool of social caring. The safe, clean and tidy facilities of our community add something to our lives, no matter where they are, whether it's a museum or a display or shop frontage. We've got much in this community to be thankful for. Our community facilities, libraries, small museums and historic sites, they all add value to our community. Generally, accessibility and usefulness of community facilities needs to be actively monitored. We need to ensure they are not in a rundown and dangerous state. The major issues I think Council needs to consider for the next long-term plan include: 1, it's very important for people to move freely with comfort and in safety throughout the Horowhenua. The integrated transport system strategy, which takes the issue of public transport seriously, needs to become a more urgent priority for us all. We need to secure improved public transport, refurbish the train station. We need to improve the bus stop on Bath Street. A major concern also that I've heard much commentary on, a major concern is the transit of heavy lorries on State Highway 1, otherwise known as Oxford Street.
Alan, sorry, don't want to interrupt the flow, but we do only have 2 or 3 minutes left.
If you've got 2 or 3 minutes left, that's all it's going to take.
Thank
Bernie,
you.
the major issue that I want to highlight is I believe we need to be actively encouraging inter-ethnic relations. And I would like to see our council more visibly, more proactively engaging with tangata whenua and addressing the real issues which are of concern to the tangata whenua, particularly around Lake Horowhenua. Mr. Mayor, that's all I would like to add, and I thank you for the opportunity of sharing. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alan. Do any councillors have a question for Alan? Joe.
Good afternoon, Alan. Thank you for your submission. I appreciate your comments and feedback to us. I just, the bus station in Bath Street's come up a number of times and you say it needs to be improved. How would you improve it? If you say it needs to be improved, what would an improved bus stop look like?
I think an improved bus stop would be somehow, if you could somehow block out that wretched cold wind straight off the hills, that when you're waiting for a bus for 15 or 20 minutes, that it doesn't freeze your shackles before you get on it. I really do think it needs a bit more thought around weatherproofing, Joe. That would be the main thing. The other thing would be in terms of installing up-to-date timetabling, information boards, and thirdly, I think with additional lighting, particularly to make it a place of security for our elderly folk who are often intimidated by various unruly elements around the area when they're waiting for a bus in the evening or early morning. Extra lighting would be useful. That's 3 examples.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Victoria?
Yeah, thank you, Ellen, for your submission. You mentioned the Keep New Zealand Beautiful and the littering issue. And the current fee, as you're probably aware, is sitting at $400. And Keep New Zealand Beautiful is supportive and pushing to have that fine increased considerably through the ministry. The hardest part, of course, is catching people in the act to prosecute them. So, you know, we're looking at least taking it up to $1,000. I personally would like to see it higher than that, but what's your thoughts on that?
I think, sorry, Joe, go. You asked my thoughts.
Victoria did, yes.
Victoria, sorry. Yeah, I haven't got it on the screen, but Victoria, thank you for that. Victoria, I believe that we need to be not just having the threat of something over them. We need to catch the culprits and we need to actually prosecute them. People need to know that it's going to cost them $400 or $1,000 if they are caught littering in this way, or indeed dumping their rubbish, as we're aware has happened in recent times. I really think we need to engage the legal team on this and look at ways of proactively enforcing the penalties. We must keep our community clean and healthy.
Thank you, Alan. Look, really appreciate the time and effort that you've gone into making your submission. If I could go back to an old association of ours, I think if I was to evaluate it, would be well articulated, positive, constructive, and look forward to your continued contribution to our community. Thank you.
It's an honour to serve with you all in the organisation, and I'm proud to be a citizen of the Horowhenua. Ka kite anō.
Ka kite anō. Thank you, Alan. Okay, we've got our next submitter waiting for us. This is Kim Turton. Kim's submission number is 129. Full hearing booklet page number is 360, and the speakers only booklet page number is 29. I'm still getting a bit of feedback from Alan, was I?
Sorry, I had the iPad on.
Oh. So you've got live stream on, have you, Kim? You've turned that off?
I've really enjoyed this afternoon and watching you all, and I just am so grateful for all the hard work that you do. It has given me a really good insight into what you do and how you do it, and it's made me think, golly, what am I talking about? But however, I've put together something, and I think I still need to talk about it, because if I didn't, I'd be cross with myself.
Well, no, look, Kim, don't think like that. We welcome your submission and your opinions and your thoughts. This is why we do this. It's important that as councillors we hear what our community is thinking about a range of different matters. So it's great that you've taken the time to put a submission in, and we only have 10 minutes. I know it's not long, but if you want to add to your submission, please go ahead.
Well, I thank you, and I feel I am once again, really grateful for all the work that you do. And I'm a grandmother, and I'm a neighbour to young families and to older folk. And I'm mainly here to advocate for the ratepayers of the future. And the key reason that has brought me here today is the increase of rates and the accumulation of debt this district council has. And I know it's from way back, and I knew that before I moved here. And I would like to request that you withhold any further action on the Jubilee Park development and on a splash pad. I think it could be shelved. I am familiar with splash pads, and I've seen them in other cities and other towns, and I think they're wonderful, but at the moment I think there's more important things to be concerned about. The families here have, there's a lot of facilities here already, and they're satisfied with what is available. Now, I am concerned about the large debt that we already have, and it is a well-known and documented fact that the majority of people in this district are in the low income category. and it hasn't been okay for the council to put together extravagant projects for low-income ratepayers to finance, and increasing the rates is pushing up their cost of living. This I felt was quite unethical. As far as I understand, the ratepayers are the only income for the council. And in the light of the current economic crisis, I would consider it timely to plan some form of repayment of the debt that we have presently, and only maintain what we have, and obviously, of course, have essential services. And it's my view that nothing is of value if we have to borrow money to achieve it. So that's my little 90 minutes or 90 seconds, not my 90 minutes.
Thank you. So are there any questions of Kim at all? Ross.
Hi, Kim. Hey, thank you very much for your comments, and also you're taking the time to make the submission and talking to us today, and it's really appreciated. I just want to touch on your statement around extravagant projects that council have been involved in. Can you just sort of highlight what you mean by that, please?
Well, I'm quite conscious of the huge cost of, I mean, it's really, really pretty. I think it's really, really nice, but it's essentially it's a workers' town, or it was. And like our paving and that is really nice. And most cities, I know, and other throughout New Zealand have done what you have done. You know, the lovely fences and the stones and all that, and the areas for people to enjoy. I feel that the splash pad would be extravagant, to be quite honest. I really do at this stage. I think we just need to pull our belts in and just hold tight for a couple of years and just let everything settle.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you might have heard earlier, one of our councillors acknowledged the fact that that we are going through a process, and Mayor Wandens touched on it today. We are going through a process where we are looking at everything, and it's a time to do that. So I think yeah, it should take a little bit of comfort that we are doing that and looking at everything possible to soften that blow, because it's going to go for a little while. So thanks once again. Thank you.
I'm grateful for your kindness. And
Sam, you were next.
Thank you.
Yeah, two questions if possible. Kim, the first question is, you'd accept that obviously with a growing community, we have, I guess, a lot of younger families starting to move into the area, and that they will obviously need community facilities that are directed towards them. So how do you balance what's your suggestion for balancing that need with delaying this type of project?
Well, already before I came here, I did a bit of research, which is almost 7 years ago now. And even then the debt was huge, and Levin was known for that. I was advised not to buy here because if we bought, we would be buying into the debt of the community. Now this, I'm talking 7 years ago, but we still chose to buy here. I've lost my train of thought. Yeah. Oh, the other thing was that hit me when we came here was, and I looked on the map, how many recreation areas are still already here? There's all that place down near the lake, over, I forget the name of the street. There's the hockey grounds, and there's a soccer, and there's also a bike park, and there's also a pavilion there. It might be for cricket, I think. That's a really huge area. There's all the lake area. There's Perth Street around that area. There's Jubilee Park. There's one down Fairfield Street, Fairfield Road, Fairfield area. There's that park. There is Western Park. There is, I'm sure there's more that I haven't named. Now for this area, that is a huge amount of recreational areas and facilities. Compared to other towns that I've lived in, this is a huge amount.
Thanks, Kim. And look, the final question is, look, my impression is that there's quite a lot of community misunderstanding around local government debt generally, and how councils use debt to spread the cost of assets over the life of the assets. I guess one of the things I would be interested from you is would you support us council producing some sort of diagram or infographic that actually explain to you what you've got for your money? So for the debt that we've got, well, what have we actually got for it? And so that you can actually see, you know, quite simply what has contributed to that debt. Because not all is you know, not all of it can be seen necessarily as you're driving around the streets.
Yeah, I hear that. The whole thing is debt, and debt needs to be repaid, because if we're in debt, it makes us vulnerable.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Thank you, Kim. Look, we have run out of time, sorry. Look, I really appreciate the fact that you have submitted. I'm sure your decision to move here that time ago won't be a bad decision. Every district has its challenges, and we're not alone in any of those challenges. Look, I'm assured that the points that you have made have been well made, and councillors will take note of that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we are now moving on to David Roach. David has two submissions, one personal and one on behalf of the Foxton Community Board. So the first one is his personal one, which is submission number 107. The full hearing booklet page number is 264. The speakers only booklet page number is page 30. Welcome, David. And you can unmute yourself. You need to unmute yourself, David. That's it. Well done.
All right.
So we've got your personal one. We have allocated you 15 minutes for. So you can assume that all councillors have read your submission. If you want to add anything to that or introduce it in any way, you're welcome to do so. So please, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, councillors and officers. Well, yes, my submission is self-explanatory. I believe in these times that council should be looking for a zero rate increase. That's quite ambitious, but I think under the circumstances of COVID-19, it's something that council needs to do and lead by. Quite prepared to answer any questions. You're all well aware of the loss of income from businesses, employers, and employees. So I'm not trying to sell anything new to anybody. So I'll go through my three submissions and then I'll answer any questions. These training schemes, I think that should be put on hold for the lack of consultation. We did have a briefing at council with council officers, but it's never come back out to the people, the ratepayers, those that are paying have no idea on what is happening now with it. So I would like to see it lay on the table for 12 months. And just so that we can go talk to the regional council and our own officers all in the public can. And the third one is, I think, as part of trying to save money, I looked at the sale of the Winds building. I don't know if it's been sold yet or not. I would ask that we put on that on hold. And my reason being that if you don't get the income from the tenants, you have to make up the same money out of rates. And that's no help towards a zero rate drive. So I'm open to answer any questions.
Any questions of David? Wayne.
Thank you, David. You say you're keen for us to consider a zero rates increase.
Yep.
David, obviously that's going to have some impact on what council can offer to the community, and you've mentioned that you're prepared for that. What areas of, let's say, levels of service drop would you be prepared, or do you think your community would be prepared to accept to achieve that zero rate increase?
All right. I think the bottom line is we didn't have a drop in service last year with the existing income, so why would it make a difference this year of level of service? There should be no drop in service. If we survived last year with whatever it was, 46 million or whatever we had a rate take, why would there be a drop in service? I think the council should be looking at anything that's outside of their main role. And I would just take it. I looked at the splash pad, things like the walkways, shared pathways, things like that we can survive without for 12 months without having to do. I'm not advocating cutting on any of our main items such as roading, sewer, water. They are essential services. They all went in the plan last year. We survived on that. So I don't think you would be cutting back. Now, I might be wrong, but I can't see how. That answer it?
Anyone else? David, I just, sorry, Ross, where you go?
Yeah, Richie, one of the things that's been brought to my attention by one submitted today, but also from a number of people about zero rates increase, is the fact that not everyone in the community is financially impacted by COVID. There surely are some. There'll be a lot, but not everybody is, and not every business is, plainly. So, what are your thoughts about council striking a balance somewhere between a zero rates increase and somewhere between where we were for a start? Because that's certainly the feeling from a number of people I've spoken to.
Yep, fair enough. And that's fair comment. It's not everybody. I would have to say I would have thought that the bulk of employees have been affected in one way or another. Businesses, I drove through Levin today and you could have got a car park just about anywhere down Oxford Street. The shops are still shut. They will be changing. There will be a comeback. You know, if you take a lot of businesses, self-employed people, they wouldn't have had any income for 6 to 8 weeks, apart from the wage subsidy. All those wage earners have taken a cut of at least 20% in their wages, and they're the lucky ones that have been topped up by management or their employers. There's some that never got topped up, so they only got the subsidy, and there's some that would lose their jobs. So I don't totally agree with that statement that, you know, there's few of us will be all right, so we can don't worry about the others. I can't agree with that. That help your question? You don't agree with me.
There wasn't my statement, but you could have put a view on it. That's fine. Yes.
No, I think that we lived on the 46 million last year. Council did, and nothing went backwards. So why do we need to have an increase to survive this year? Simple as that. I know there will be things, and I know on part, and I haven't made a comment regarding the splash pad, because I said I prefer to see we don't spend any extra money. We can come back to those things. And I think on the other side, I actually did look, and in our plan, we've got something like 170 new dwellings. So I take it that's 100 and possibly 170 new ratepayers. And if they're all paying an average of 2,000 plus, that's 300,000 income that we're going to get extra.
So the
Yeah.
answer to that, David, is that that money is then spread right across the district. It's not an addition. My question would be the comments that I've been hearing from various government ministers that have basically said to local government that it would be almost irresponsible of us to not invest in our communities so that we are actually stimulating the economy and providing jobs. What's your response to that sort of comment?
I think you're doing that though, aren't you? You did that last year. You stimulated, there was jobs from what you invested in the community. I don't actually, I mean, I don't agree with that statement. I think you still are investing in the community. You are putting a lot of that rate money back into the community. So why don't you charge more? That will, there'll be those that will pay it and can afford to pay it. There'll be a lot that won't be able to afford to pay it. So I think it's government's role to stimulate the community. They're the key people doing that, not the ratepayers. Should be from the ministry, not us.
Okay. Sam.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, David. So look, I'm understanding pretty clearly from you that you're saying essentially council needs to do more with less. We need to get value for money from every single dollar. And what you're saying is reprioritize, focus on core, and get away from the discretionary or what you might term as wasteful spending. Have I summarised your position?
Yeah, you summarised it correctly.
Perfect. Thank you.
Did I see anyone else?
Can I add to that, Bernie?
Yes, certainly, David.
Mr. Mayor, I see the regional council are going for a 0 rate increase. They've put out the option of 0 to 1%. Now the other
They've settled at 1, yes.
Well, they haven't settled yet, I was told. So I've actually put a submission in and congratulate them on the 0 rate increase for their taking a prudent outlook on this environment, this COVID-19. So I've sent them a bloody congratulations. I might have to take it back. All right.
All right.
Just your worship, I just need to make one point of clarification. The Winds building has been sold and has been settled.
You've sold it. Will that become public, Dave? The amount.
Sorry, what was that?
Will that become public? How much we sold it for?
I think, I'm not sure if it already has been, but if it hasn't been, I'll check on how we can actually do that. Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Wayne.
Right.
One last one from me, David. Look,
we're
all trying to get a gauge on how COVID is affecting the business community in our district, and I'd be keen to hear from you how you think it's going to affect your own business, and what measures have you put in place to address within your own business how to deal with the COVID period?
Very positive attitude for a starter. We're fortunate. We picked up from where we stopped on the close down. The rural sector is looking strong. We've got, we're pricing work out in front of us. We're fortunate. If I didn't have work to come back to, you could have considered closing down there. That's on public arena, but it affected. We topped up our employees with a considerable amount of money. So it has cost us a lot of money, but that's it, and everybody's in the same boat. But I think you just have to have a positive attitude, go forward, think forward, and we'll get out of it. We've been through recessions. I suppose this is out of the question, but we've been through recessions, but they haven't all come at the same and hit the same, all the sectors at once. We had a downturn in building, but then we had farming, rural sector was strong. We get a downturn in the rural sector, but this is the whole lot. This is affecting everybody, and I think that's my view. I won't tell you how much it cost me.
It's a bit frightening, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think that's probably all we have on your personal submission there, David. Thank you for that. And I'm sure we've heard your messages, as Councillor Jennings very well put together for us. So that's great. So if you'd like to move on to the submission for the Foxton Community Board, we will gladly hear that.
Righto, yes. All right. Okay, you've read it all, so I'll just go through the recommendations. The Foxton Community Board would like to be involved in the planning discussions with Harpenur District Council and CNTDA in regard to the bypass to Levin. So as long as we can be involved in all those discussions, that would be what we're looking forward to. The Mandatory Estuary Trust, the recommendation there, Harpenur District Council continue to collaborate with the Horizon Regional Council and Department of Conservation alongside the community and volunteers in caring for the estuary. So pretty simple, not a thing, but does take officers' time. Holden Reserve, we finally got a master plan or a draft master plan for that, and we're looking forward to working more through with the staff. There were some issues on road safety, and it would be very helpful to know what the roading people could put towards it. And that was the only thing lacking at the draft, was the fact that there was no dollars put beside anything. Foxton Futures, well, we're still anxiously waiting. That could be a big injection into the community, and with the loop and the investment in the front down at the foreshore, not the foreshore, but down on the riverfront. And finally, the Foxton Beach CTD canvas, the community board have agreed in principle to support it 100% of the funds. The Beach Progressive Association are going to come to the board with a breakdown of the cost, installation, and the reasons why they're actually looking for more money. So, but in principle, we support it at 100% funding. And following there is just the community board looking for council to show strength without negativity impact on the local economy or the well-being of our community regarding the rate, any rate reduction. Pointing out the rate reduction, and I did mention, I was going to say before, with the horizons, there's actually quite a big impact in the horizon rate on the Harpenur district. I was led to believe that's going to be in the vicinity of 12 to 14% because of increased valuation. So there is going to be an impact in rating on the local ratepayers. You're looking worried, my friend.
Are you looking at me, or?
Yeah, you're the main one.
Look, there's no doubt that the revaluations, which have are going to have an impact on both local rates and our district rates, regional rates, and it's contributing, a third to 50% of the projected rate increase for locally. I'm not exactly sure, but on the opposite side of that, though, David, there has been a huge increase in the valuations for some areas of the district, which are, probably long overdue. We have been undervalued, I believe, for many years, but and we've caught up with a big rush, I suppose, is what you could say.
It's to do with the equalising of rating system that Horizon has on each valuation as they do a cycle.
Yes.
And it's just Harpenur's turn for the cycle, simple as that.
We probably, it might have been better if we'd had to wait another year for that revaluation, but unfortunately we have to deal with it, and that's the way it is.
Yeah.
So any questions of David in regard to the Foxton Community Board submission? Christine.
Thank you, David. Earlier, Kelvin Lane from the Estuary Trust suggested that the Harpenur takes more of a lead role in that governance of the Ramsar site, the estuary. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the council. I suppose there will be staff and the cost, but someone has to take a lead role. Everyone else seems to be dragging the chain. And I think with the council as a lead role, you got the support of the community at the beach will back it more than possibly than any of the other two statutory signatories to it. But being in mind, very careful that once you take a lead role, you might wind up with a bigger bill. And that would worry me as well, who's paying the bill. I can't say cut back on the rate increase and then turn, I certainly am not advocating we spend more money. I don't know if that sounds thing, but you can't have both. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, sort of. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all right.
Todd.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Just a quick question, just to clarify something. In one of the recommendations, I think the first one, that you said that the Foxton Community Board should be involved in all the discussions with the O2&L.
Yep.
That finishes like just north of Levin and it's nowhere near Foxton. Well, can you just explain why you think you should be involved in that? And I don't have an opinion, by the way, David. I'm just asking. I'm just curious. That's all.
That's right. Well, the reason being is we're going to be the first town from Wellington once they come off the expressway. Yes, the expressway will stop north of Levin, but we will be the first stop. So we want to try and take some advantage of it. And so if we're going to take any advantage of it, we'd like to know what's going on and how we can plan it. It certainly, I think, it will increase traffic through Foxton. So we want to be involved in what's happening there too. So that's the main reason why, because we are the first town off the expressway.
Thanks, Dave.
Yep.
Cheers, mate.
Anyone else? Okay, yeah. David, I'll just touch on a couple of things. In terms of the O2&L, there will be plenty of scope for the Foxton Community Board to contribute to the consultation that is ahead of us. The engagement from NZTA is planned for, well, in the next few months probably, so there will be plenty of opportunity for the Foxton Community Board to contribute to that. In terms of some of the other things that you've talked about, we've already mentioned the estuary and the trust and how council needs to play a greater role in that, and we agree. I like the fact that you and the Foxton Beach Progressive Association are thinking along the same lines, and it's great to see that collaboration between the two groups, which does mean that the voice of Foxton is being well heard amongst down here now. And I think the sort of the way that the board is operating seems to have been enhanced this term, which I'm pleased to see. So thank you for that.
That's all right. No, it's been a pleasure working with you. Right. Nothing else?
Okay, no, I think that's it. Does anyone else wish to make any comment? Thank you, David.
That's all right. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yep, not a problem, mate. Thank you for
All
listening.
Right.
All right.
You.
Right. There are you ahead of schedule.
We are. Thank you very much.
That's all right. Okay.
So we're just waiting for our next submitter. We're just trying to hurriedly bring them up. So it will be Ann Thomas on behalf of the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayers Group. Her submission number is 94. Full hearing booklet page number is 222. And the speakers only booklet is page 35. So just give Anne a minute or two to We're going to give her another 30 seconds, but the next one's available. Let's. Oh, Peter. Okay. Sorry, we're just waiting for it to see if we can connect with Anne. If Peter's there, we might as well. Yeah. So I understand that the submitter following Anne is actually waiting in the waiting room, which is Peter Everton. So we might ask Peter to come up and step in now, but we're just getting that done. So Peter Everton's submission number is 79, full hearing booklet page number is 179, and the speaker only booklet is page 40. Welcome, Peter. Thank you very much for being available right now. We appreciate your flexibility in that, and we know that this technology can be a challenge, but we'll hopefully be able to listen to you and get your submission fully across. So you can take it that councillors have read your submission. We have 15 minutes to hear you and to ask you questions. So I'll now, if you want to add to your submission or introduce it in any way, please do so. Thank you.
Right, well, can I speak now?
You can.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, councillors, Peter Everton, long-term submitter to the council plans. I'm sorry I haven't got dressed up for the occasion, but I do want to just speak briefly. I guess everybody's read my submissions. I'm not really in favour of this splash pool for the, or splash pad for the Bar Street area, because it's on an old dump site. I used to play in it when I was a kid, so it's not a good idea as far as I'm concerned. But what I do want to speak briefly about is, I'm just trying to find my own notes. I'd like to speak on the rates. I did the council's, went through the council's rate thing online to look at my rates. On that system, I've got 41 rate demands that I have to pay for on our farming business, and that was an increase by that of 7,500. I found it pretty hard to analyse because I do get I have some contiguous properties, so I do get some rate relief on that because they're contiguous. I don't have to pay some of the target rates. But I do believe this is a year just to hold status quo, not to put any other pressure on a lot of ratepayers, which I've put in my submissions, I think. But as for target rates, I'm supportive of target rates. So I had a look at those target rates. I don't believe they're out of the way, but certainly the general rate is the one that affects farmers the most. And some of my larger blocks, the rates have gone up over $1,000. The smaller ones is not so bad, but the target rates, I'm a supporter of target rates because I believe that's what everybody pays the same there, and there's no argument. But certainly a general rate affects farmers. We pay a bigger share to sports grounds, parks and reserves. It's all come out of the general rate. Cemeteries and grants all add up to quite a bit for farmers who coming out of there. Like I say, my rates last year was 62,000. That's not even counting Horizons rates. I'm just trying to consult my notes here, mate. We don't get our burns mowed like the rest of Levin does. We like to get the road edge twice a year. So I think that's totally unfair while we're paying for all those streets in Levin to be kept tidy. Just excuse me a moment, I'm just looking at my notes. You know, our rates have been, at the moment, with what's happening with the COVID-19, our rates are going to support a whole lot of council staff that probably are not working to full capacity at the moment. It doesn't appear that the council has gone ahead and looked for wage subsidies. The other thing I'd like to just talk about briefly is the landfill. The solid waste disposal has gone up, I think about $40 odd, up to about 60. That's, I believe, is only for recycling, which I think is, if it's only recycling, I think that's quite reasonable. Myself personally, get our recycling done, that's twice a month. That's quite a few pickups divided by into 60, so it's not a lot. So just excuse me a minute. I believe the landfill should be closed as soon as possible. That would, to me, would save money. When I was involved in it back in 2000, the mayor and the engineer, Mr. Boyle, said, "Oh no, when council needs this landfill, it's going to make us a lot of money." I don't believe it's ever happened. And then when Cappy's rubbish came, it's we were going to make even more money. Never happened. And I see Capity, they don't have recycling, curbside recycling like we do, and nor does, I think, one of the hut places in Wellington don't do curb recycling. So a lot of that recycling stuff must end up in our landfill, which is not a good thing. So just bear with me a moment. Yes, no, that's about all I'd like to say. I'm open to questions, of course.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate again your time that you've taken to submit to us and give us your thoughts. Has anyone got any questions for Peter or clarifications? Piri? No? Todd? Sorry, I threw a hand go up.
Hello, Peter. Just thank you for your submission, but just a quick one. We've also asked a question about the wage subsidy, and councils do not qualify for it, mate.
Please repeat, I'm a bit old and I'm getting deaf, sorry to say.
Sorry about that, Pete. Yeah, we also, as councillors, one of the first things we did was inquire into the wage subsidy for staff, but councils do not qualify for it.
Right, thank you for that.
Peter, just a question, I suppose, that we've had a little bit of feedback from organisations that tell us that we are making decisions that are more favourable to the farming and rural community of this town by the differential that we have for the rural community. I just wondered if you've talked a lot about the impact of rates that farmers have to face and how you don't think, but I just wondered what comments you had around that sort of response from the urban community.
I'm not too sure what the urban community is saying, really. I think their rates are pretty good, really, compared to what rural people are paying for the services we get. I never argue about roading rates. I think that's our major thing that we need, and I've always supported the roading rate. But the general rate is what we get hit with, and I feel we pay too much for the services we get, because a lot of that general rate is taken up with, like I say, parks and reserves, sports grounds, cemeteries, grants, and a number of other ones I haven't got. I just can't get on my list at the moment, but there's quite a number. So when you look at that, we're paying a hell of a lot more than anyone in town pays. You know, my rates last year for the council was 62,250 or something offhand. And if it goes up another 5,000 this year, well, it's going to be a tough year for us. But anyway, tough year for everybody, mind you.
It will, yes. Christine, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. So that's $62,000 for your farming businesses. How many houses or families would that entail?
I believe we've got 8 houses on the various blocks we pay. 8, maybe 9. I just didn't actually tally it up. I meant to do that, tally it up. Possibly 9. Count my own home. So I understand that we pay the UGA on all those, on those ones. We pay UGA on all those. I got 41 different rate demands, of which I think 23 we get rate remission on.
Okay, and do any of those houses, do they get sewage or water?
Service?
They get water or sewage?
No, none of them receive water, all on our own systems. All our own systems. There's no town water supply to any of them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Peter. Really appreciate the fact that, again, that you've taken the time to make a submission to us, and rest assured that we are looking at every part of council's operations and spending before we adopt this annual plan. But we thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Well, it should be right now. Okay, we're just trying to reconnect with Anne.
Hi.
Oh, you're there. Hello, Anne.
I'm here. I've arrived.
Thank you. You're here speaking on behalf of the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayers Group. Just for councillors, the hearing booklet page is page 222 and the speakers only booklet page number is 35. And you can assume that councillors have read and digested your submission. And so we've allowed 15 minutes. In fact, only 10, sorry, because you're talking on behalf of the yourself and Brian afterwards as well.
Okay.
In another submission. So you're welcome to introduce or add any comments that you wish to.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll start with the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayers Group. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Our major issues amongst our group are, to begin with, Donald Duck Park. There's a number of questions that need to be answered before any support can be given to this project. It is, again, one of those feel-good projects that ends up costing ratepayers annually going forward. We believe that further investigation into the matter needs to be completed before a decision can be made. And as stated, the paddling pool has an end life of April 2022. So there is plenty of time to fully investigate the options of repair or replace. Our other concerns is that the conceptual plan shown is a structure that seems to be very flimsy and could easily be damaged by vandals. The adventure park has had ongoing issues with vandalism. With a little bit of research I have done, I've found that there are numerous splash pad designs, some of which are far more robust, that are installed by different councils both in New Zealand and Australia. We believe that the council should be contacting these other councils for more in-depth information before spending $250,000. I also actually heard on the radio yesterday morning that Palmerston North is putting one in, and their conceptual design seems to be a lot more robust. Side issue. Take the next 12 months, council, to formulate a more robust plan with costings, look at the ability to raise public money to pay for the project through grants and subsidies, and let's discuss this at the long-term plan hearing. There also seems to be a number of feel-good projects in the wish list for this next 12 months. These being creating a destination plan, planning to improve the alfresco dining and the redevelopment of Queen Street. Council needs to again focus on the basics of water, wastewater, roading, etc., and leave the less productive projects for another 12 months. Adopting the integrated transport strategy, yes, you need to continue to discuss with NZTA, but do not waste man hours on creating a strategy that is not ever going to be implemented. That is just a job creation scheme that council does not have the spare cash for. At this stage, no one knows what the fallout from COVID and the 7-week lockdown will be. We also do not know what ongoing effect of the shutdown will have on small businesses in Levin over the coming 12 months. Council should look at a nil rate increase for the next 12 months to give certainty to their ratepayers. I also revert back to our written submission about except for those that have got now houses obviously on bare sections and those that have changed usage in that area that does get the rates remission because of the rezoning. For the long-term plan matters we think need to be brought to the hearing for that is the reintroduction of development contribution levies, and the rating differentials need to be addressed. The major one there being the general rate, the fact that farmers are paying 25% of that, regardless of how many farmers there are of us, which means that as the town population increases, there are more urban rating units paying their percentage, and they're becoming less farming rating units paying the 25%. So therefore, we're all paying on percentage-wise, we're paying more actually per farming entity. So that's for the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayer Group. Do you want to do questions on that, or do you want me to bowl into mine and Brian's submission?
No, we will take questions on that one first. Thanks, Anne. Has anyone got any comments or questions? Sam?
Hi, Anne. Two questions for you, if you don't mind. First is a sort of a little bit more of an administrative question around how many members your group has. Just if you could talk me through whether you consulted them on the submission or whether this is essentially you've done this on behalf of the group without reference to the group.
Okay. When we got the first email from Karina to say that the annual plan was open for discussion, I emailed that to our group. I said, hey, look, we need to be thinking about this. I emailed it again a couple of weeks before submissions were due, said, hey, look, what are your feedback? Got feedback from people. I put together a draft written plan, put it out to everyone, said, come on, a bit more feedback, please. Got feedback, submitted the final plan to you guys. As for our members, Doug Law told us at one stage there are just on 600 rural ratepayers, like rural farming ratepayers. I have 65 on an email list that I email to everybody. So every time I put something out for the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayers Group, it goes out to 65 individuals.
Great. Look, thanks for that. The second question is just summarising, I guess, what you've told us. You're focusing on need to focus on core council role around infrastructure and deprioritise non-essential spending. And one of the ones that you've identified is the around the key projects of the destination plan. And I guess I just wanted to ask you a question around with expected travel restrictions affecting tourism in New Zealand. Obviously, there is likely to be a sort of a shift to domestic tourism. And so would you take the view that the destination plan piece of work might actually be something that we might want to accelerate, because if we as a district are going to tap into that domestic tourist market, that we need to do some of the sort of strategic thinking and sort of quick win planning around that. Is that something that you've thought about?
My question to you is, how long will it take to put together this destination plan? Are we talking something you can bang out in 3 months, or is it going to take you 18 months to get it together?
And that's a fair question, and something that I think I'd ask our officers to come back to us around.
Because basically, if it's going to be an 18-month to 2-year project, one would hope by then that we will have vaccinations and travel overseas will be happening again, and you will have wasted money on something that's not going to happen. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, what sort of time frame, and how's that hook into how long we're going to be stuck not being able to travel overseas? How long are people going to be looking at traveling within New Zealand?
Yeah, so it's fair to say that you would support something that was very short-term focused and was done on a very accelerated basis, but something that was more longer term and took a longer period to develop and consult with the community around, that you wouldn't support that.
No, because it'll be more than likely at this point in time, at least in the next 12 months, a waste of money. Okay. And I've been here 30 years, and Levin's always been somewhere you go through, not a destination you go to. And
We want to
that's,
change that then.
yeah, I know
Yeah,
it's
that's-
time to change that, but you've got to figure out how to. But I mean, so if you're going to spend 18 months putting together a plan on how to change it,
Agree.
you get what I mean.
I do.
By then everyone will be going back to Europe.
Appreciate your comments, and thanks, Anne. Really appreciate it.
No worries.
Okay, Anne, thank you. So let's move into yours and Brian's submission then. Thank you.
Okay. Right, on mine and Brian's behalf. Donald Duck Park, we concur with what our group, the farmers group, said. Come back in 12 months' time with a better thought out, correctly budgeted project so that everyone can really have a good look at it. It's a long-term plan thing. Zero increase in rates. We read with interest in the Chronicle article of 8 May, in which it states there are 13 accommodation providers who pay a total of $47,000 in rates. I say, is that all they pay? That is not a large enough contribution, considering that all of these providers would have an average of 10 accommodation rooms. So that's 130 sets of toilets and showers discharging into our wastewater system. And they only pay $47,000 a year in annual rates. I did a little add up on the level of rates that the Thomas family pay. We are a local dairy farming family that I doubt many of the councils will have even heard of. They are my parents-in-law, Sid and Jocelyn, my husband Brian and his brother Stephen. Between us, we milk approximately 300 cows. That's not each, that is a combined figure. So in the scheme of things, we're not a big dairy entity. We do not own multiple dairy farms, and both Brian and Stephen are hands-on farmers. Between all three entities, we currently pay over $38,000 in rates on an annual basis. It should also be noted that none of the land we pay rates on is connected to the town's sewer or wastewater system. All homes are contained. So is the $47,000 being paid by the accommodation sector a realistic figure, or should it be a higher to reflect the usage of the council services? The article appeared to state that the welfare of contracting companies was more important to the council than the welfare of ratepayers of this district. The article also discussed giving rates relief to certain sectors of the community. We say to do that would open up.
Sorry, Anne, we lost you for a minute and you're on mute now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Yes.
Oh, good. Did we get to the minefield bit before I blew up?
No.
Okay. So we say that the article discussed giving rates relief to certain sectors of the community. We say to do that would open up council to a minefield without a map to help them traverse it. As an example, our current dairy price for this season should make it to $7.30 a kilo of milk solids. The prediction for the next season is the price will be between $5.60 and $6. So take the middle line of $5.80, and that's a price drop of $1.50, or to put it into perspective, a 20% drop in income. This is without taking into account the extreme factor of what effect the weather will have on the actual production. If there is extreme wet weather, cold weather or drought, then this will impact on the amount of milk produced. Now to beef. Before COVID, we were receiving $6.50 a kilo for our beef at Alliance. Currently, the price is $4.85 a kilo, a drop of $1.65, or 25% drop in income. And I put a little graph in there, shows you how it works. So currently, I'm doing drop in. As I've explained in previous years, farmers are price takers, not price setters. We receive the price that dictated to Fonterra, Alliance, AFCO, Ovation. So I asked the councils, if you decide that the accommodation sector should have special treatment this coming year, then it should be the farmers' term in 21-22 rating year, as we will be in line for a 25% drop in income. Long-term plan. We believe that a development contribution levy needs to be reintroduced, not to the same level as the previous one, which was designed to bleed a developer, but more along the lines of a contribution towards the additional cost to council to install the required infrastructure. The previous level of contribution was crippling. In 09, I moved a house from Ohow, where we lived, to Gladstone Road. I was told I would need to pay a contribution levy of $17,000. When I questioned why, I was told it was to compensate the council for the additional strain on served resources. But I said, it's the same house, the same size family, and no new house is going to be placed where this one came from. Ah, says the little council lady, it's also to cover the cost of sewage in your new area. Note here that we had to install our own sewage system, wastewater system, and rainwater tanks. So I asked the nice council lady, when did she think that sewage would be at Gladstone Road? Not in the next 20 years, was her response. So I was expected to pay $17,000 for something that would be at least 20 years away, if not longer. And that was after I'd paid $25,000 for my own wastewater and rainwater system. So the previous contribution levy model was just a money grabbing exercise. I do vaguely remember that when the development contribution levy was wiped, that there was supposed to be a provision that if a development did require the council to upgrade services, that the developer would be asked to contribute towards those costs. Why has this not happened? Council needs to include this matter in the long-term plan for discussion next year. And then rating differentials. We also believe the rating differential should be reassessed in next year's long-term plan. With the anticipated increase in residential rating units in the vicinity of 440 new houses per year, then the rural business sector should be paying a lower percentage of the general rate going forward. Finally, we suggest that the council take the view to press the pause button on 2021 rates rise so that the community is given a sense that the council also feels their pain and anxiety over what will happen over the coming 12 months. Council should look long and hard at the feel-good projects and seriously decide if these are wants or needs. Needs proceed, wants are addressed at a later stage.
Thank you, Anne. I appreciate that. Any questions or clarifications sought from Anne? Doesn't look like it, Anne. I hear what you're saying about the challenges the farming community make. As a body, we are going to be hearing from all sectors in terms of that. But I just want to quote you from another submission that we have had that says basically that how does council justify its apparent long-standing policy with regard to property rating, namely the prioritising of patronage by way of rating relief for the business community, comprised particularly of pastoral and horticultural enterprises? So we have this two-sided dilemma in front of us in terms of one sector of the community think that we're favouring the rural and area, and the other you saying that we are favouring business. So we hear both sides, and we've then got to try and make a decision based on what we think is in the best interest of everybody. I see Wayne has a question, so I'll let him.
Good to hear you again, Anne, and thanks for your consistency over the last 10 years that I'm aware of anyway. And you'll be well aware how fast the district is growing and the need for us to address where this new population can be housed. Given where you currently live, would you be okay with maybe some plan changes which would include the area where you live to give you guys some options?
We've already had discussions with members of council concerning that whole Gladstone area and the fact that you do want council or the city or the town to go in that direction. And Brian and I actually think it's a very good idea, because that country is what should be cut up, not our prime class 1 and 2 soils. I don't want to see more houses out on that land at Coppedora. I don't want to see houses on good land that you can grow veggies on and that, because our food security is what we need. So we believe, working up there, okay, it's not going to happen in the next 12 months. It's a 20-year plan, but plan it right, do it right now, and work towards it. Have a plan and sort it. And we're not anti that, because we know that this class 3 soil and houses on it is probably the best option out, but it's got to be planned right. But our big gripe is that a few years ago, we went through all this of where they're going to put the roading and the little walkways and everything up there. Had wonderful meetings. And then at the end of it, I said to David McCorkindale, oh, lovely plan where your road's going, but you just let Bruce Burnell build a house on top of it. Now, I don't know how many man hours were spent on that, but it got shelved. One side, you know, council consents weren't, building consents weren't talking to, planning who weren't talking to. And I don't know, it's been shelved and never been seen again, but we had a lovely yarn about it, that's for sure. But this is what I'm saying. If they go forward with what we've discussed already, we're supporting it. We think it's a jolly good idea. It's the area that should be developed. But do it once, do it right, and keep it moving.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Anne, thank you very much. As always, look, really appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to submit on behalf of the organisation and yourselves. And look, we do listen. You can be assured of that, and we will be taking everything into consideration before we adopt this annual plan.
Okay. Can I just say one more thing?
Certainly.
Yeah, you talk about, like your comment about saying the townies saying that you biased towards us farmers.
Yeah.
But everyone in town that's under a certain level of income can get at least the equivalent of one of their rating invoices paid by the government under your rates relief. We don't get that.
No, true.
Don't
Christine,
get it
you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, and I was just wondering how many houses or families that $47,000 is for.
Okay, so there's 3 houses on Curry Road that have people in them. There's one house that's derelict on Lindsay Road. There's one house that has people in it on Lindsay Road. There's the mother-in-law's house on Roslyn Road, and there's our house on Gladstone Road. So what's that? 1, 2,
6,
3, 4, 5, 6. 6 lived in and 1 derelict.
Okay. Thank you.
And we're not connected to nothing. We paddle our own canoes.
Well,
thank you.
Thanks very much, Anne. Appreciate your time, and look forward to your further contribution in future. Cheers.
Oh, I'll be back next year. Don't you worry.
I'm sure you will.
See you later.
Bye. So continuing our farming theme, we now have the Federated Farmers, and Jeff is on the line. Hello, Jeff. Can you hear us? Some of these rural people have trouble with connections. Can you hear me, Jeff? He's probably walking around the house trying to find some service. Okay. Just measured yourself, Jeff.
No, that's good.
Hello, Jeff.
Yeah, hello, Bernie. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Nice to see you finally managed to get some connection there.
I've got a school teacher looking over my shoulder. It's quite handy.
Okay. So just to let you know that this is being live streamed through YouTube as well. So look, appreciate the fact that you have gone to the trouble of submitting. And will you be speaking or Coralie?
Coralie's going first and then me.
Okay. All right. So you can assume that all elected members have read the submission. So there may be just some points that you want to add or by way of introduction to the submission. You do have, how long have we given you? Only 15 minutes. So we can probably have a little bit more time than that if you wish, but let's crack into it.
So, can you all hear me all right before I launch into my notes? Yes.
Just might need to just talk a little louder, Coralie, please.
Okay, will do. What about now? Is now?
That's much better. Thank you. Yep.
Fantastic. So tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you all this evening. My name is Coralie Martina and I work for Federated Farmers in the regional policy team. The focus of my role is to support members through advocacy, policy support and representation. Horowhenua is part of the Manawatu Rangatiki province of Federated Farmers. The province has a total membership of approximately 700, 150 of whom reside in the Horowhenua district. So what does our membership look like in terms of the proportion of ratepayers? Of the 19,000 ratepayers in the Horowhenua, only 150 of these are Federated Farmers members, which is less than 1%. Yet the contribution from these ratepayers is substantial. Assuming each member pays 10,000 in rates per year at a minimum, this adds up to 1.5 million or 12.5% of the total rate take. Perhaps more realistically, at an average of 15,000 from each member, this adds up to approximately 2.25 million, almost 20% of the total rate take. And that's just Feds members, not considering the wider rural ratepayer group. Rates are one of the biggest burdens for farmers, the unknowing, increasing expense that is hard to plan for. That is why we advocate for transparency in rate setting, equity across ratepayers, and a budget focused on core business and essentials, rather than nice to have. In March this year, the National President of Federated Farmers, Katie Milne, wrote to all territorial authorities asking that councils reconsider any proposals to increase rates and instead retain rates as set the previous year. In her letter, she noted the significant unknown impact on our communities and our economy, and also reiterated that this year would not be business as usual for ratepayers, therefore could not be also considered business as usual for council. In March this year, I've just read that one. In line with every business in New Zealand and what they're having to undertake, council should focus on its core functions and operate as efficiently and effectively as possible to keep the rates burden down for the well-being of the community. Nice to haves must be shelved, at least in the short term. And for those considered core business, budgets must be reviewed with a bottom line of reducing outgoings. Katie also spoke about the importance of containing rates, given that consultation process undertaken this year has been hampered as a result of COVID, and it has not been possible to meaningfully consult and engage with ratepayers. Any increase in rates cannot therefore be considered fair. In our submission, we noted that the annual plan was prepared prior to COVID-19 events. It was therefore out of date and was under further review by council. Accordingly, our submission did not go to the details as discussed in the plan, but rather focused on key activities that we believe council need to undertake in the future. The content for the submission summarised key themes from recent Federated Farmers submissions, therefore putting forward recommendations as previously agreed by members. It was appropriate to take this approach, given the constraints in my ability to also consult with members during lockdown. The key messages and recommendations in our submissions to council were, in summary, concerns with increasing debt, increasing costs, inequity in rates across ratepayer groups, and unnecessary spending and activities. The submission also discussed the importance of council ensuring that its approach to the long-term plan is not business as usual. We would like to see a long-term plan draft that has a reviewed work program focused only on core business or projects key to the district's economic growth. We would like to see the books taken apart and fully reviewed and savings made where possible. We would like to see council to some extent develop a long-term plan from the ground up, capturing core business first and looking at what other projects can be delayed. We ask council to also reconsider the way that it operates. For example, are there efficiencies to be gained in the sharing resources with like-minded councils? We ask council to review its rating system to ensure rates are proportioned fairly across ratepayer groups. The scope of this review should include property value as the proxy to recover rates, updating differentials, equity with rating rates, use of targeted rates, utilisation of a uniform annual general charge, and also development contributions. These are discussions for a later date, but it would be great if draft workings were shared pre-consultation with interested parties, including farmers. Finally, I ask council to consider developing a COVID-19 response strategy focused on economic recovery and the success of local business. I understand Whangarei District Council have a great example of such a strategy, which provides the framework for its action short term, but also guides decision making going forward. The strategy establishes an interface with council and key representatives of the district's business community to ensure they're each aligned going forward, including in the development of a long-term plan. And I'll hand over to Jeff.
Thank you, Coralie. Jeff, anything you wish to add to that?
Yes, can you hear me, Bernie?
I can, thank you.
So what we would like to concentrate is the business of this district. You've heard, and I give you two examples. We've heard the rates that the average farmer pays. My Levin farm pays 12,000, my Shannon farm 10. So there's no figures that are way out there. I compare this to your other submitter, which you quoted from, which said that the average rates for the Harafanua is 2,200, but that also includes water and sewage. What I'd like to know is where the money's gone from 350 new houses and new sections in development. Where does that $1 million go? And is that all just absorbed? We believe that there is cost savings that will allow a 0% rate increase. I watched your last meeting where you went through the rates penalty policy and were starting to recommend, or a workshop looking at 5%. Unfortunately, 5% is just penalising those businesses that can't work, because 5% the first month, then another 5% added after 6 months, then another 5% after 12 months, so 20% behind the ball. You're not really putting in a policy for business, and yet jobs have to be protected. Remember that we've recommended splash pad on hold like the majority of people have. We've recommended that you've got lower interest rates, which I know it's costing the council because you're a lot tied into a fixed interest rate with swaps, but there is money to be saved there. Already I've heard of 2 builders scrapping their next 2 houses because they're scared they won't sell, and in the Phoenix Palm subdivision next to you. I've heard of an architect that's had his next 2 clients cancel their contracts. I believe that the jobs in Harafanua aren't going to be there soon, and that we've seen the Bunnings stores closing around the country. We've seen Sky City workers laid off, and that will have an effect on Levin as well as people go around. So let's just look carefully at what the council's going to do and give the impression. Horizons has done its bit with a 1%. I hope you can bring it down to 0 and think of the businesses and come up with ideas that will help them through the next 12 months. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions, Wayne?
Yeah, sorry, guys, the cross wasn't very clear when you came through, Coralie. You did mention some numbers at the start about what the farmers were paying and then the percentage that you thought they were contributing to the rate take. Can you just run back through that and see if we can't hear that clearly?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
So Coralie, if you can talk directly to the camera would be better. Yes, we can hear you better than when you do that.
Will do. So last night I received an email. I'm not sure who it was from a council because it was unnamed, but it had a request to know in terms of the size of the constitution that Federated Farmers locally makes up. I had a quick look at our rating at our member database, and there's 150 members in the Harafanua district, and so just tried to work out in terms of first of all what percentage of the rating pool that would be, and obviously it's less than 1% of the 19,000, but significantly in terms of actual rates provided by those 150 farmers, it's clearly way more than that. So for example, assuming that each farmer pays $10,000 in rates, so that's 1.5 million or 12.5% of the total rate take, but we know that actually farmers pay a lot more than that. And
so can I just stop you there for a sec?
Yeah.
Because 1.5 million is never 12% of the rate take. It's less than 3% of the rate take.
I've gone off the figures provided in the financial summary for the draft annual plan, which I believe came to I can't drag it up now, but what's
Well,
the total rate take then?
It's in the 40 millions, and 1.5% million doesn't make up 12%. It'll scratch to make up 3%. So I think we need to rework those figures. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have another look, but I was going off the financial summary that was provided in the which obviously I just worked off adding together the general rate and the targeted fees and charges columns. So I'm not sure where the extra money is coming from. Is it external funding or funding from other pay, or is that part of the rating take that's not shown in that table?
I think our total income is pushing near 70 million with rates and fees and charges. So the 1.5 thrown in by the farmers is with fees and charges is getting down around in the 2% sort of territory. That's all.
So Coralie, if you actually go to page 101 of the draft annual plan, it's the forecast statement of comprehensive revenue and expenses. Now that includes where we get our revenue from. And as Wayne's articulated, it is around the 40 million is our rates revenue. Our total revenue is around 55 million, which is made up of other grants and subsidies and things like that.
Okay. I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but I was going off the financial impact statement page,
Right.
and I added together the general rate total take and the column underneath, which I think is targeted.
Right. Yeah. So that's just a small part of it. Obviously, there are other parts to it.
The fees and charges and so forth.
Yeah, but still, our rate intake is around the $40 million mark.
Okay. Apologies for any.
No worries. Yep. No, that's cool. Just helps to clarify that. That's for sure.
Bernie, can I come in?
Yes, certainly, Jeff.
Just if you take it that Doug gave us the figure of 600 farmers, take them at 10,000 each, there's 6 million out of 40.
Okay.
So there's Coralie's figure for you.
All right.
We know that the farmers pay 25% and we hold on to that dearly.
Yes. Any other questions for Coralie or Jeff? Sam.
Coralie, just a question around whether Federated Farmers has a policy position on councils offering incentives for early payment or sort of upfront annual payment of rates. Do you have a position on that?
Federated Farmers actually tends to lobby for flexible boundaries or timeframes to pay rates. I mean, obviously it's good to be able to pay things early and get the discount, but farmers' income doesn't come in that order. So, and Jeff's probably better to speak to this and give you exact examples, but I mean, and that's where Patersonal City is taking a bit of a flexible approach to when people can pay their rates and also receive the benefit. And I think that's something that this council should consider. I mean, often it's not possible to pay your rates up front like that, even if you want to, because your income's actually coming in the next month. So.
Okay, thanks.
Ross.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff and Coralie, for your submission again today. My question's around development contributions, and a number of submitters have talked about development contributions, potentially some not being aware probably fully of the pros and cons of development contributions, how they actually work, and what some of the pitfalls are and what some of the benefits are. So my question to you guys is, and Jeff touched on it about council having a role on helping businesses, get back on their feet and what's the word I'm looking for? Promoting investment and whatnot, and businesses getting back to work. In the past, we've had development contributions, and they've been seen as stymieing development, so preventing development. I just wonder if there's a little bit of a conflict there on saying, on one hand, saying council needs to help promote the economy, and then introducing development contributions that might prevent that happening. Some comments around that, please.
Can I answer that one, please? Ross, thank you for that. And we were one of the movers against development contributions. And the biggest trouble was that there's always been a lot of trouble with how fair they are. We found that some businesses were having them dropped because they were bringing employment to the town. We were finding some houses that weren't being connected to the town services like Anne talked about. And so it was very much unfair. So there's a lot of discussion around financial contributions now because development levies have to go towards parks and reserves and all this sort of thing. It's just specific where they go. So it's one of those very difficult things which we believe doesn't really stymie development when things are going well. But when we go into a downturn, development contributions can stymie the whole growth of the district. Now, you add into the mix COVID and we've got real problems. So it's not an easy subject. But we do believe we need to broaden the rate base as much as possible. UAGCs is something that's talked about often. There are different avenues.
Yep, thanks, Jeff. Thank you.
Sorry. Wayne.
Jeff, when you say you think we need to broaden the rate base, can you elaborate on that? Is broadening the rate base, is that encouraging more population or more rateable properties?
We've got more rateable properties. We don't see it being reflected through in our rates because I never see where those new properties seem to disappear to. Our rates are still going up 6% or projected to. We're against that. More properties is a big help, but the biggest trouble is that, you know, we're spending all that extra on planning ahead and growth and roading and infrastructure, which, you know, the developers pay for. But it's finding ways to broaden how the rates are actually set. And so financial contributions might be one way, but, you know, our targeted rates have to be very carefully done. And that's why we look at sewerage and water and putting them in their individual quarters, who pays how much of the roading rate, all those sorts of things. Getting rates from outside of the rating base is very difficult in the Harafanua, as you know. So it's a topic that's on the table every time, and that's what long-term plan has to look at before we set what's happening in the next 3 years.
Did I see anyone else's hand up? Jeff, I've just had advice that rural properties comprise 6.19% of our rating base, and contribute 10.39% of our rates. All right.
Yeah, that's fine, but rural residential bring it up to 25%.
Rural residential.
Yeah, because they're not classed as rural properties. So they all have a different rating system to the 600 units.
So in terms of the 6.9% would not apply right across the board to all rural ratepayers either, would it?
No.
No. Christine.
Yeah, Bernie, just a question to you. Does that 10.39%, is that doing the whole inclusive of sewage and water rates, or have they been taken out of the equation?
No, it's just the figure I've been given just now, Christine, that it's 10.39% of total rates.
Total rate take.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Jeff, Coralie, thank you very much. Look, as you know, that this draft annual plan went out before COVID-19. We are extremely aware of the challenges that all sectors of our community will face as a result of COVID-19. And we are looking at a number of short-term measures as well as longer-term measures so that we can recover from this as best we can. Rest assured that we will consider all things before we make a final decision in June. and adopt this annual plan. But thank you very much for your contribution. We do appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to be with us today.
Can I just make a quick thank you as well? Your staff
Sure.
are amazing in terms of all the work that goes on behind facilitating this sort of IT infrastructure that happens. So I hope that they're getting a massive pat on the back for the work that they're doing as well. Bit like herding cats, I think. So
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Coralie. They do deserve special mention for the amount of work that is going in behind the scenes. So thank you for that.
Bernie, if I just say, I did watch your earlier talk to one or two of the other submitters as to what was going to happen to the rates since COVID and everything else. And so just thank you all for putting the time into going through the budget for this year as best you can. And businesses just need all the help that they're going to get for the next particularly 6 months. So thank you very much. I think you know that.
Yep, sure do. Yep, appreciate that. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, we have one final submitter to finish our day off, and that will be Michael Morgan. His submission number is 81. Hearing booklet page number is 183. His speakers only booklet page number is 46. Michael is on the phone, so you will not see him, but can you hear us, Michael, all right?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just get confirmation that other councillors can hear you as well. All right, that's good. Thank you. So thank you very much for being with us tonight. You can be rest assured that councillors have read your submission and that since you're the last one, we do have a little bit of flexibility with time if you want to take a little bit longer, but we do need to ask you some questions, obviously, and but if by way of introduction or any other points that you want to add to your submission, you're welcome to. So take it away.
Okay. I'm a bit nervous because the first time I've ever done this, and I ain't got the all the mod cons, and I'm just talking on the phone.
Please don't feel nervous about it. Be as natural as you like.
Now, the question one here is, what is the issues you think about the council needs to consider at the next LPE? Debt reduction. Not liable for debt when the CE goes. You know, I've been voting for people over the years that promise to get debt down, but we don't seem to be getting it. All we're getting is higher rates. And on the next one, what are the key challenges and opportunity facing the different district? Well, there's a high number of pensioners and low-income people around Levin, and rates rises are concerned about the high level of rates in Levin. Now, my property has gone up 9.8% with this rates rise you're giving, and they said the rates were going up 6.9 or lower. Well, my daughter got onto the joker at the council, and they said it's gone up 9.8%. And that's a rise of $546 a year, which is ludicrous. Concern about the high level of council debt being paid, and this is a major concern. Concern the community be left with the debt when the CEO leaves. The CEO's salary is too high. No one seems to be worried about this. Not sticking to budget concerns. Should keep spending under what rates are getting paid. Do not need a loan for the splash pad. This is one of the reasons why I rang up. And if you charge $3 $90 for every ratepayer, you could have that paid off in 12 months without getting a loan and taking the loan out for 10 years. It just seems too high to me, because that'd be balloon out to, I haven't done the figures on it, but if you've done that for 10 years, that'd be about triple, or might even be more than what the splash pads were. Someone was running a business and owed as much money as the council, they'd be declared bankrupt, concerned about pensioners and the amount they are paying in rates. People are just trying to survive, and rates keep going up. For most people, wages do not rise as fast as rates. People have price freezes, and the council keeps putting up rates. This is just a concern, not just a concern for me, but other people in the town that are struggling. Concerned the council seems to be getting the houses built on the other side of town. That's what I mean, is developing that side of town. Now, I know quite a bit about drainage and that around Levin, and there's no infrastructure for sewer to get on the other side of town, so I don't know who's going to be paying for it, whether the subdividers over that side of town or the ratepayers are going to be paying for it, which they shouldn't be. House prices soon need to be a couple of years. The people subdividing, they aren't paying the royalties they used to, connection to the houses. If house prices and the cost of sections drop, then rates don't drop. Every time prices have dropped in the past, rates didn't drop to this. This includes land prices. Not just thinking of myself, I'm thinking of a lot of other ratepayers in Levin.
Sure. Is that it?
Yeah. Well, that's all I've got on here.
Okay.
Just a question I'd like to ask you. You had a thing in the paper the other night about rentals, tourism, accommodation, and infrastructure businesses. And you had the figures. Is that what the total 358 industrial businesses, 358, you had 957,000. Is that what they're paying in rates?
Sorry, Michael, what document were you referring to?
Oh, that thing you had in the front page of the Chronicle the other night.
There were a number of things.
There was a thing in there, you're getting rates from retailers, tourism, accommodation, and industrial businesses. And you had 181 paying 722,000. That works out to about 4,000 a year for retailers.
No, that's
tourism.
It can't be right. Sorry.
Oh,
the reference you were
Sorry, I'm just getting some advice here, Michael. Just hang on a tick.
Yeah, look, the reference, Bernie, was to your worship, was to the information that was in the rates, the draft rates postponement policy paper that went to the FAR committee.
Okay. So, Michael, we're discussing at the moment a strategy around rates postponement, and in that document we listed the number of businesses that may be impacted by COVID-19 and the amount of rates they paid as a total, yes. But there's a long...
My rates are...
Sorry?
Because when I divided them up, my rates are getting up to what they're paying and their valuation of their properties, and that'd be a hell of a lot higher than what mine is. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, look, I do. And look, we understand that, you know, rates and debt are a concern for everybody, and you can be rest assured that this council is looking at every cost and expenditure that we have as we try to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. And there will be a number of different plans and strategies implemented to hopefully lessen the impact that it will have on all ratepayers in the district. So look, I'll just open it up and ask if there's any other councillors that wish to ask you anything. It doesn't appear to be. Sorry, Joe.
Can I ask?
Look, Michael, it's not a question. I just wanted to say thank you for making a submission and for making your feelings known. We've had a wide range of submissions today with, you know, strong opinions about rates and recent rate increases, and we certainly have been talking and working about it over this COVID period, but thank you for taking the time to make a submission.
Michael, sorry, I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that it's not the CEO that takes out the loans. It is council as a whole. We are still liable for that debt for a long time. And the reason why we take out debt is so that we can spread the load over a number of years of the life of any infrastructure or anything like that that we are putting into the ground, so that today's ratepayers don't necessarily have to meet all of that cost, that it is spread out over the generations. And that's the use, why we use loans to be able to do that. But it's not that we will still have to pay those loans back even when the CE leaves.
Yeah. Just one other question.
Sure.
Talking about subdivision, can I just have a little say on subdivisions, mate?
You're welcome to, yes.
Up in Ryder Crescent years ago, I've done a lot of drainage in that around Levin, and I know where up in behind Ryder Crescent. Now that was all planned for subdivision years ago. And I wonder why the council aren't trying to get houses up there. There was another subdivision I started years ago too, was at the back on the southern end of Kinross Street. And we got shut down because I think the joker went under when we got a lot of pipes put in the ground up there years ago.
So Michael, there is a lot of development and building construction going on with over the whole district at the moment, including those areas. I'm not sure of that particular instance, but the up until and we're not quite sure how COVID-19 is going to impact on that, but previously there was a significant growth and significant construction going on in the district, and we're sure that we might have a little blip in that in the short term, but confident that that will continue into the future. And so places like Ryder Crescent or any other development areas that builders wish to use we need more housing, so we need to build them as soon as we can.
It's just that those land never went ahead, in all those years. And I'm just wondering whether you've had anything on it.
I don't know offhand, but I'm sure. Sorry.
Just one other question I want. Can I just ask one other question?
You're allowed one more.
When we had this lockdown, who was keeping an eye on these firms that were working? Do you know?
How do you mean?
Well, who was checking up on them to make sure they were doing essential work? Because I'll tell you what, Levin was just a joke. There was that many factories where people were working around the town, and no, I wouldn't think that, you know, they were all doing essential work.
So there was the ability to be able to notify the police or any other agencies about infractions with the lockdown. And as you probably heard, there were thousands of messages sent to those agencies regarding that, and I'm sure they would have been investigated if that was the case.
Well, the query I got, I never seen anyone stop at a business and make sure that they are just doing essential work, not doing other work, you know, that wasn't essential. Because I'll tell you what, this town just looked like a joke, and I'm disgusted, and that's why I'm bringing it up to the council. I don't know whether anyone else has brought it up to the attention of the council.
Look, yeah, it's probably not a matter to talk about now, Michael, but if you want to have a discussion with me or any of the councillors at any stage, you're welcome to ring us, and I'm sure we can take it further. Look, really appreciate the fact that you've made a submission and that you've talked to us tonight. We do like to hear from all sorts of a range of options and opinions, so we thank you very much.
I just like to thank the council anyway, because got a good selection there, and I just hope they, you know, carry on some of the good work and what you're doing. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have the patience to sit in a committee like you, Jokers.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah. Oh, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay then, mate.
All right.
Okay then. Bye.
Bye. So councillors, that brings an end to our first day of submissions. Probably an appropriate ratepayer to listen to for an hour and contemplate what we've heard through the day.
I'm pretty sure he was only talking about the newbies, though.
Yeah.
In spite of, Sam.
Just remember, you're still on live stream at the moment, so don't make any comments. So we have finished a little early, so I appreciate your attention and your commitment to the day. And David, did you want to add anything?
Look, the only thing, if I could just take a moment, just with the process of going into level 2, we've have forwarded out to councillors what we know to date. And Nikki's email last night regarding the community hubs in particular was an assessment that she had made in terms of the hours of operation and what we need to do to ensure that we're meeting the standards and the guidelines that have been distributed to us by central government. The unfortunate thing is that we haven't had the detail come through yet from the local government recovery unit, and that's not likely to come through till tomorrow. We have had some high-level indications based on some information that we received last week, but I think the cap that's been put on around gatherings of 10 has actually scuttled a few things, or some of our thoughts in terms of how we might go forward. And one of the ones that we're still getting clarification on is around council meetings. So the note that I got this afternoon is that virtual meetings should be maintained until that information actually comes out from the local government